Let's go. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, good morning, lovely people. It is once again time for the playoffs to kick off here at the West Regional. We've only got 4 teams remaining. Of course, this being the final SEA tournament, there's going to be a tournament winner at the end of this run, but there's also going to be 2 invited teams who've accumulated enough points in these last 4 tournaments, going straight to the LAN played later on this year. So I think we still have a couple of those teams in the run for that as well. I think it's not just us talking about a particular series and a particular matchup and see how things goes, because a lot of actions have repercussions here, and one team could spoil another's chances at another big tournament. So I think this is going to be a pretty exciting day for our playoffs to kick off with 2 best-of-3s here with T-Panda, with Kips. We're doing the coverage here. I think we're in for a pretty nice one. I was a bit sick earlier on this week. I still am slightly still in a bit of a flu, but healthy enough to at least attempt to be here in the casting desk. Though I have Kips here to carry me here. We've got your favorites, Team Tough. We've got Team TK as our first series today.
Yeah, Team TK. I mean, this one is, as far as I know, this one is for all the marbles. This is as much of a championships match as you get before actually making it to the finals. We have Team TK, who yesterday squeezed their way past their opponents. That was not an easy one whatsoever to get one up over. Let's see, who was it again? Yesterday was heavy, guys. I need a sec to look it back up. Ascent Esports. Yeah, there we go. 2-1, final match, 54 minutes of the full best of three. It was nuts. The first loss Morphling had that day. It was Morphling all the way. Fantastic performance from Krish in the end, even though his first couple of moments were not that great. And this is the one team that needs to win this tour in order to still make it to LAN. They can still do that. Otherwise, Team Tough, their opponents that we are going to see right now, are already qualified. They are at the top of the board. They cannot be caught up to anymore, but now they are the guardians for Team TK. Because Team TK, if they win this one, and if they win the upcoming finals after that, they can still get invited, and otherwise Execration makes it on points.
Yep, nothing else will suffice except a victory in the whole tournament, so you at least have to beat this one first, and it is not going to be an easy opponent. Team Tough, like you said, the gatekeepers, also one of the top teams coming out from this group stage. They had a 9-1 record. They had a tie versus Outcast. Outcast, of course, was able to take down IHC in yesterday's series 2-1. So that also kind of showing how good of a team you have to be to beat this one. Is Team TK high enough caliber? You said that they squeezed the victory yesterday. Definitely doesn't make it sound any easier coming into today. But of course, they have everything at stake here. I mean, they don't really have anything to lose, only to gain.
This is true, but mentally that's hard. And I do think that TK has been struggling with the fact that there's a bunch of pressure on them this tour, when there is very much definitely, their roster has not been stable. They've been switching their POS 5 around. This is the third time that we have a new POS 5 in the same tour. We went from Castaway to Boomy to now to Lord Boons. So that alone is not easy. And they've definitely underperformed for their caliber of play. And Team Tough, Harry asked me several times yesterday, and I kept on giving him the same answer. He's like, but Team Tough have nothing to gain here, right? Isn't that going to hurt them? And no, it's Team Tough. I don't think so. I think these guys are systematic to a fault. I don't think this tournament matters any more to them than the last one. Or any less, for that matter.
Yeah, you could put it that way. There's a prize pool to win. That's a salary for some of these players.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's probably the biggest to look at. So no team should be an obstacle in their eyes. They know that they can beat everybody. They don't want to give that away. So I think what we might see before we start talking about the draft. I just want to talk about a little bit like preparation wise and what comes to the actual execution. I feel like we might see a bit easier here from an observer perspective on what Team TK does at particular moments of the game. How well do they keep that flow? What do they look like if they don't have a flow or momentum going in their favor? Do they look static? Do they make really erratic, chaotic moves? Do they make uncoordinated plays? Is there single individual performances coming out? I think these are pretty easy to see considering what Team TK is playing for. And for Team Tough, yeah, more systematic gameplay, probably not too many wild drafts, just a regular Dota team that you have to beat, and a mountain to climb on the other side.
Mountain to climb, yeah. I mean, and regular Dota team, they are definitely one of the teams that started playing this very death ball-like style the earliest out of anyone, I think, in the SCA tour at least. And that is what they still do, and they've just been doing it for the longest. They're the best at it currently.
But let's see how that translates into our first drafts here. We've got our MKs, our Tinkers out. We've also got a first Primal Beast ban straight away by Team Tough, away from Team TK. A pretty strong hero to remove in the first phase. There are these occasional first phase Primal Beasts coming out. But they go for the Enchantress and a reply from the Nyx Assassin. So at least we've got the Mind Flayer working versus our Enchanted Creeps. That's something to look at. Nyx also with the, most likely the Scuttle. Because you don't want to pick up Mana Burn versus Enchantress. Would be an idea, sure. But then you don't have your Mind Flayer versus the Creeps. So do think we're looking at a way to also deal with this Enchantress. I do, because you also have these drafts where, like, well, we don't care about the Enchantress too much, but you're going to hit a wall at some point realizing, well, we can't actually hit this guy. We can't actually kill this Enchantress. We can kill everybody else, but the support Ench is always there, and we don't have the damage for it. I think Nyx, Phoenix, it's a good reply to it.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, the Nyx Assassin is still a little bit of a double-edged sword versus the Ench, right? Because the Nyx still not the greatest of laning stages, and you need some time where your towers aren't falling one by one in order to actually recover from that. And the Ench is very good at making that happen. So
yeah. You don't want to put them in the same lane. I could see a 5 Nyx happen in that case.
It is possible. That said, of course, the favorite ranged carry of at least of the day, if we count yesterday, has already been taken out with the Morphling. And I don't advise dual melee lanes with the Nyx Assassin.
Well, Team Tough, let's see what you want to do. This is their third Enchantress game. The 2 previous matches were versus Outcast. They lost game 1 with Enchantress, and they won game 2 with Enchantress in that series. So they bring up the Marcy. Marcy that is also a first pick for Team Tough. And then we got the Wind Ranger, same as most played offlane hero. Has not lost a game with it so far.
No, and that feels a bit wild to say, but for anybody who's only tuning in for the first time this time around, Seme has, since the start of that we've known this team, has been on this Wind Ranger terrain, has been winning with it. It's he likes to be the secondary core in this team, not the mid laner, who definitely gets left on an island a bit from time to time. Same with, with the Wind Ranger, with the Razor as well, very much fulfilling an offlane kind of, or excuse me, a mid lane kind of presence in this team, as far as scaling goes.
Yeah, you're looking to at least trying to carry the first 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes with this Wind Ranger from the offlane position. Really strong laner, very good power when it comes to rotations, trying to take the objectives away. Great dueler, so if you're looking for these quick 1v1s, Wind is definitely capable of doing that. And when I saw the Phoenix, I was like, well, you want to lane Nyx as a 5, you're putting Mars in this draft, and they definitely went for the Mars-Phoenix combination. You could Nyx Mars this lane, sure. Nyx can just roam around the jungle, throw in Mind Flayer at creeps. That's the way you level up. And you also get nice amounts of farm on the Nyx by simply doing Mind Flayer spam. Mars is alright in the lane, but it's just really down to what is that lane matchup going to be. Do they need Phoenix's presence for a bit of damage for the slow?
Yeah, the damage
Mars
part.
capable of standing in the lane alone?
The amount of teamfight that TK is presenting right now is absolutely huge. Getting the boat over top of the arena would be, you can get massive combinations with that. But the damage coming out from Akunka, if he for some reason does not have a great game, not even say just a good game, but a great game, it can be a lot. And Team Tough will take that Ursa off your hands now. Thank you very much. None of that for Krish.
Yeah, 4-2-3 is most played.
That is a hard hero to take down in an arena.
On the positive side, they've got a lot of early lockdown to prevent Ursa from ever getting that ulti off. This lane could still be Mars favored. It goes both ways, and Ursa can beat a Mars, but it also goes the other way around. And if that Phoenix is in the lane, I do feel like Mars is pretty well protected.
As long as you have the fire spirits on every other trade, Ursa's going to have plenty of troubles there.
Yeah, it's like every time Ursa would like to trade when you have fire spirits active on the opponent's side, or at least you know that they have access to it, it will become very mana costly for Ursa to just use overpower to try and dish out some damage back. So you don't really have a mana battery in your team at the moment. There's no real proper source of mana regen going your way. You're going to have to control Lotuses pretty actively in this lane if you want to play aggressive. If you lose control of the Lotus pool, I do feel like Phoenix and Mars have no trouble whatsoever playing this lane.
Now, there's of course always the Enchantress factor, right? You don't know what she's going to scrounge out of the jungle. You don't know exactly when she's going to turn up with something big to swing the tide in her favor, but it's not going to be easy for Team Tough to automatically get up ahead here. Now we're really just looking for our mid laner. Team TK taking out 2 matchups that the Kunkka can't do much about. I'd say that he straight up loses to the SF as well. Not really a Team Tough kind of mid laner though, either of those.
Yeah, I mean, he has played Shadow Fiend, sure, but for Bob, when you think about his heroes, you look at Storm Spirit, you look at Puck, you look at Quap. Those are the 3 more likely heroes I'd see Bob play. Especially if you're playing an Ursa lineup, I'd like a Quap in this team, I'd like a Puck in this team. But instead, he's going to go for the Pangolier. Shifting things up a bit. I also did realize that the mid for Team TK, have you seen his hero list?
His hero list? No,
Yeah,
I have not.
He's played 13 heroes in 13 games.
Alright.
So it could be anything.
I respect that. Yeah. I mean, the Pango is a... no, that's not actually a double up yet, is it?
Double up? What do you mean?
He hasn't
Oh, you
played
mean
Pango
like-
before yet, hasn't he?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Seimei is most often the one who played Pango before.
Yeah, but when the Wind Ranger's on the table, you know, I do like the two of us just sitting here and being like, oh yeah, that's Seimei's heroes, like, in spite of it being the offlaner, because we know these guys.
Yeah.
We've done this for half a year now. We've seen this man play that Wind Ranger. It was 95% going to be Seimei on the Wind Ranger there.
Yeah. And of course, when I was talking about mids, Mamang Daya, he already had the Kunkka locked in. That's his 14th. So sure, looks like he's playing the all-hero challenge, going through this last tournament, adding a bit of extra difficulty.
That man played one hell of a Death Prophet mid-game yesterday. I was not sold on Death Prophet beating Ember. He stuffed that Ember in the dirt. And he dug him up again, stuffed him back in again. It was brutal, it was monstrous. It was... That Ember was 0-6. And then the worst part of the entire thing is that TK did not win that game.
Yeah, that's great.
So...
Definitely not down to the DP then.
No, absolutely not. It has not been down to Mamang Daya whatsoever. There have been, I mean, I say that there have definitely been over positionings from him, and in general, I think the last time that we casted, I don't know how present you were, because I think you were in the process of dying yourself.
Pretty much, yeah. So I didn't get to watch a whole lot, yeah.
No, but the last time as well, it was very much their own mistakes that undid Team TK there, and they overcame those yesterday, they outlasted those yesterday, but they are not flawless yet by any stretch of the imagination. And you don't have to be flawless here. You just have to, you know, not shoot yourself in the foot. And Team TK is still average about like 1.5 foot shots per match right now. And that is the thing that worries me versus Team Tough right now. Especially with the PA who doesn't really recover the best.
So what you're saying is Team TK is inconsistent.
Yes, that is the nice way of putting it. But it's too early in the morning for me to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you could say consistent if every second game they win, every second game they lose, because that's also a pattern that goes with consistency. But I'd maybe say inconsistent because they haven't been able to build that kind of trend yet so far. But obviously, they know what's at stake today. I hope you know what's at stake today, fellow viewers, as well, because, you know, the 1xBet mobile app is also paying attention to these games being played out today. So make sure that you get yours downloaded if you haven't downloaded it yet. We always keep reminding you, that same viewer out there, please install it so we can get paid.
And maybe so that you can get paid.
Yeah, you talk about Krish with the Phantom Assassin. Obviously, it looks like a really good PA game. The heroes that you're going up against. Of course, it's going to hurt a lot, considering there are some key crowd control elements on the side of Team Tough, which make it easy to just kill PA the moment you spot her somewhere. You have Marcy that can quickly get in with Unleash. You have Ursa with a lot of attack speed. You have Pango with this over 1,000 damage physical burst. No matter how much armor you have, and talking about these specific heroes, they're all running at you. But a quick jump onto the Phoenix on the high ground allows Krish to jump away before any crowd control connects. But at least you got that going your way.
Yep,
An ally
at least you got that
nearby,
going
you're
for
going to be good.
Your lane's going to be awkward, though. You are up first to a range matchup, and this Wind Ranger is going to be laying into you continuously. And Ench currently sticking around here as well, lurking for an opportunity for that first blood.
I did see the Nyx went top. So we are playing a protect the PA lane above. Let's beat this lane with the Mars. So I think the way that they're setting this up, it's evening up the bottom lane matchup a bit for Krish and Lord Boons to play the lane this way. And I think this is a smart way to look at it too. If they did put it the other way around, it could be, well, we might kill the Ursa, but we're definitely losing our PA once or twice. So just lane reinforcement.
No, and I think the other factor here that we sort of started the draft off with, of course, is that you do want to mirror the Enchantress with the Nyx. You have the Mind Flare specifically to deal with her creeps.
Yep.
And, you know, a couple of range creep last hits won't hurt either.
Yeah, and just run through the jungle in general. Keep throwing that Mind Flare of cooldown. You've got the clarity in your backpack for that specific reason, so you can get yourself your extra levels. JG can still secure himself the lane. And of course we had a tiny settings pause. Well, maybe somebody had their settings reset. Might be the first game of the day for some of these boys. It is also pretty early here. Early morning cast. Hopefully you guys are... I don't know if it's daytime or nighttime for you guys just tuning in, but we're literally still at 8 a.m. here. At least it's not like the, you know, like when we woke up to cast TI at 4 a.m. Like, oh boy, this is gonna be a day.
Yeah, good times. No, I've been very, very happy with the humane hours of the day that we've been playing these tours at.
All right, big battle in the bot lane too. Tsukimoto looks like he's gonna be the one to potentially drop. But Krish is also tanking mean damage from Seimei. They both drop quite low here, but Krish getting the first blood is pretty weak for the time being, though. So I think there might be an opening for Seimei and Tsukimoto to try and reply.
Absolutely. The level 3 is going to come in. That is usually where the power shot starts to really hurt. Actually, getting into a trade that early on in lane, it must have been on the initiative of TK, because the other lane is definitely not going to aim to go aggressive until that level 3 is reached.
They want to target the Marcy. Marcy with the sidekick. Be able to start buffing up the Wind Ranger now. Give that extra damage. It's not quite a lot, the first 12%. This used to be more obnoxious with the flat damage early on, which really made Marcy plus anyone in the lane just a pain to deal with.
And Tsukimoto has got himself, well, you do have a bunch of quite active cores, so maybe you'll get to sneak some time in a lane here and there. But as a position 4 Marcy, the timing at which you get to your BKB matters a lot for the game, and it's not going to be easy for him.
Oh, they just missed a pretty easy power shot combo there with the dispose. Missed by a couple pixels. 14 stick charges up on Seimei too, so it's going to be good. But PA was able to snatch the Lotus for himself. So same thing for the Nyx Assassin. And Sei, well, yeah, a bit of a pain from both sides. You got a creep wave, you got a Nyx Assassin, you got a Mars fighting you. These guys ain't playing the lane. Like, Nyx was trying to pull the wave a while ago, Inch connected it, and yeah, that's where you find yourself, in between all of it.
And good decision from TK to decide to not actually have their Mars immediately face tank and Ursa at the level 3, with those 2 points into the Fury swipes, decides to step out there and give himself some easier times before the real torture comes in. And you get an Enchantress for your trouble, because she just can't let you be. And there's this mid lane where Kunkka decently decisively beating Bob right now, which is to be expected. Pango is still a decent laner, but not what he used to be. And Kunkka, the amount of sustained damage output that you throw into any matchup with the Tidebringer is a lot, but especially with the Pangolier, who is very much built around the shield crash and the shield that you get from that, you're not very usually going to actually tank a lot of damage with that.
We do get Tsukimoto down again by Chris. Seimei is trying to finish off the Phoenix, and he's able to get this one going his way. So a free solo kill with no experience provided for anybody else for Seimei, but also 4-2-3 finding PMA. That's got to be 2 kills going for the side of Team Tough. Of course, Krish did get Tsukimoto not too long ago, so that's another one for
Tsukimoto's mid now.
Oh, quick rotation there. Mamang Daya, only level 5, tossed back in by Tsukimoto. But Lord Boons is here, and that quickly evaporates on itself. Pango's cooldown still pretty long here. Even at level 5, not a whole lot to spam.
Mamang Daya had a big one left over as well. So between the help and the stick, he is at level 6 right now, and that's where Bob, 2 supports waiting on his flanks, encroaching. Oh, and he force buckles in.
Alright, well, he got the boat out just as Bob hops his ulti, so very important timing there to get that level 6. PMA also takes the amp away, and this might be Bob actually dead. He's gonna have to TP out. And he burns in the fountain. Oh, poor Bob. That was a disastrous moment basically, because what he's trying to do is he's still trying to open up on the Kunkka, tries to get the ulti to connect before Kunkka gets to press R, but the problem is, of course, the cast point is so long. Kunkka survives, Pango rolls away, he misses on the rune, he gets stunned, he gets killed. With his teleport on cooldown means he's going to have to run back to the lane. 4-2-3 getting another kill on top, and now bottom as well. Another sequence, but this sequence is going to have to wait for a bit because the boys definitely have their settings have reset.
Not a very good time for Team Tough here. Wonder if they're playing from a net cafe. Missing there now. Seimei so low. Mamang Daya. Yeah. Walk up, slap him down.
Ease.
No, and TK looking sharper on this fine morning, but it's not exactly like they're winning this laning stage. Krish very much through the hardest part of it now, though. That is the biggest point for me here. That Battle Fury build-up for her against be so excruciatingly slow if you need to go into the jungle early for any kind of reason. So already having the cornucopia up, not at any threat of being kicked out just yet, feels amazing. But 423 at the same time, quietly having the time of his life on the top lane as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
An odd mirroring situation here as well, with Seimei being roughly as farmed as Mamang Daya, and Bob and JG being the ones being in the... And this we see this more often from Team TK, from Team Tough, right? Where the mid laner is the one that ends up with the offlane role and rotating towards these side lanes in order to enable their games as opposed to being enabled himself.
And it feels weird because, you know, this Pango was picked into the Kunkka.
Yep.
So we already saw this Kunkka on the board. You had time to think about your pick. Still, the matchup doesn't look like it has gone his way. Though, of course, that one death right there, if he was able to avoid that, I think we're only talking a couple hundred golds difference between the two mid laners. But that one actually cost him more than he'd want to.
Absolutely. No, and the other thing that I want to point out here is that this is Mamang Daya, who has been, I think, the deadliest mid laner that I've seen play this tour. He's been winning several matchups. I mean, sometimes it's matchups that, yeah, sure, you're supposed to win that, but not that hard, dude. Jeez, leave him alone. Oh, God.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look away, children. Avert your eyes.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, not all virtues are meant for human eyes.
It's something that I thought about yesterday, by the way. Like, what would a Dota cast be like if we tried to get it through TikTok's content filters?
TikTok's content filters.
Yeah.
Explain.
Well, they ban you immediately if you say stuff like kill or murder.
Oh, right. You mean like TikTok's
they're
own
all
profanity
unalived.
filter.
Yes.
Right. I thought you were going like we need to start casting more like Skibbity and stuff like that. You know? Like what would the Dota cast sound like? No cap.
Oh, God. I mean,
For real,
it
for
is
real.
definitely all millennials casting. I think we have underrepresentation of Zoomers here.
Yeah, I don't even know like what Zoomers are we even talking about because we've been talking about Zoomers for like 10 years now. And it's like Zoomers are spread into like 3 different generations. And it's like, I'm not that old. God damn it. Like, I'm not a dinosaur.
Not yet.
Not yet, but I know the level of our humor, or at least, well, our humor and, you know, of course, millennials spreads into multiple different sections, but it's like, my humor was at least good.
Under attack.
And your humor just doesn't make any sense.
Are fortified.
No, it's abstraction. You wouldn't get it.
Oh, Bob's trying to kill Krish in the mid lane. Well, there's the rotations to the top. Well, not actually. Krish was dropped down to 500. Bob gonna have to roll about, and he's going straight in for the kill. And TP, to be more exact.
Straight
He
in
was
for the
stalking
lead. But
Krish there for a bit, trading some hits, and he just dropped him straight to 50%. And is like, well, what next? Give me 8 seconds of my cooldown.
well, getting the attention of 2 cores there, getting the information on 2 cores there. Normally you could make a move off of that, but is that same? Oh, he had a second to react there, and he did not.
Yeah, it's going to be Seimei trying to TP out, but not going to be lucky enough doing so. Lord Boons will get this one. And now you also got the Ench moving towards mid with a Hadouken creep. You can take a glimpse if there's anything going on in the triangle. Like, there's nothing in the hard camp, but there's definitely something there in the ancient camp, which we might have to keep under check.
Radiant's
Also,
top
looking
tower
at Battle
is
Fury timings, it's quite similar between
They're
both
very
of
close.
these 2 carries. They're so close to each other. One has face boots, the other has power treads. Just a big difference between the gold build between the 2.
Bob
Quick
gonna
little
absolutely-
supernova down in mid lane to take down Bob. Really prevent this Pango from having a game. Bob has struggled to get himself online today.
He has,
But
yeah.
his teammates might be able to at least save him from that. He is going in for the quick dive there. Ursa already using Enrage. Seimei. Let's get the power shot to connect. And there we go. Mars being pushed back. Maelstrom damage ticking in, but it's not enough. Nice stun coming in. And Krish wants to go in as well. I'd be cautious as a PA doing a jump like that. But of course, there was a small opening. Bob again. Yeah, straight to the bottom with you, indeed. That Swashbuckle didn't quite get the connection he hoped.
It did not, but they do save their mid tower after losing Bob right off the bat. Team Tough coming in with, well, literally everybody. The fact that 423 comes in there really signaling how highly they rate holding on to that tower for now. Team TK looking strong this morning. I gotta say, this laning stage, the conviction that they're playing with right now, probably the best that I've seen them so far. It is, of course, you know, a prime opportunity for them to slip on a banana peel now that I said that, but I feel pretty good at saying that perhaps today they'll find a couple of less fruity leftovers to step
Dire's
on.
middle tower is under attack.
Kime?
Well, I mean, definitely the boys have been doing some warm-up games, if something, to start the day with. JG in the trees, and Bob is gonna find him and cancel his TP, so a bit unfortunate there for the Mars to take a step to the right. because that means that he's now dead. Meanwhile, in mid, they're also trying to reply. PMA is already taken down, but the boat from Among Daya is not out there fast enough. So that's going to leave another hero for dead. I did at least get the tier 1 in the mid lane. 7-5 scoreline with these big, impeccable timings of our Battle Furies. They are both online now.
But the PA getting there just before the Ursa did a really good sign for her, because she does need to be online before him. Ursa is going to go BKB Blink there right now. The PA said it before, I'll say it again. We all pretended she can fight with the BKB Battle Fury, and while that is true, usually not quite enough damage for her to safely nuke somebody down before getting back out again. Kind of want a third item over the top of it, so being ahead of the Ursa, really important in this match. And she is, and she will stay that way now, I think.
Yeah, I guess it's debatable.
Oh, she'll be there. She'll be contributing.
She'll be contributing. I feel like she can do more than just contributing, because I feel like this PA should definitely fight with just the BKB and the Battle Fury, and definitely look for some kills, because that methodical is being aided with the Nyx Assassin in the team, with the Kunkka in the team, with your Mars Arenas and all. I do feel like this PA is going to do more than just contribute. That's just how I feel. Well, I mean, of course, execution and what type of fights they look for, how big are they in scale. Do you have your BKB up? Do you not?
Is the focus fire already spent on somebody else than you?
Yeah,
that's a big one for me.
I think focus fire is just saved for the PA.
Yeah, it should be. PMA? Well, not waiting up.
To use it for anybody else. They're just gonna focus Nyx down, and they spot the Phoenix too. There's your shackle shot. Vision provided. Another 2 kills going for Team Tough. They've definitely found themselves strong in the mid-game phases of every single game. They go on a roll really quick.
They do, but normally when they start moving with the entire team like this, and this was everybody, they already have a couple of towers down, and this time their lineup not exactly suited to tower sieges, so they need to build the confidence to actually dive that mid tower and get opening kills before going in for it. And it's going to be a lot scarier now that the Mars has a blink. Ursa blink before BKB. Okay, I see a 423. They're not waiting for this PA to get online. They're not.
Trying to build a bit of a map of what kind of moves does Team TK want to make, because they need to make some plays happen. How many heroes do they need to use for it? They don't feel super comfortable with it, but now with JG ready up with the blink to make a play, probably towards the same area they just fought in, so you might have to suspect Team Tough does have vision down here. That's why Seimei is so freely farming these camps, because of those wards placed down, but they are wrapping around past them. The creep wave right next to him. Phoenix is going to spot him and is going to be, well, he's over here, but it's a bit too late now.
Very close. And Seimei himself was about to walk out into the lane before the spidey senses started tingling. That was risky business. Bob's got a blink dagger now as well, though, so he's been cleaning up this middle lane without very much to do for Team TK against it. And the entirety of his team is gathered around him now.
Oh, JG. That's not the way to start things off. Arena for a Rolling Thunder. And Bob wants to go in. Classic Bob style. Pops his Invis rune too.
Yeah, you go fish, right? You're already rolling. They can't really touch you. Might as well see if you can catch something.
Well, got the Mars Arena off by JG making a mistake. Instead of the other way around, that Bob would be baiting an ability out, but I think that's a really important ulti trade. Krish, he wants to fight Tsukimoto as he sees he sees one guy leave. that's a freebie for the PA. Krish hasn't been getting a whole lot of these this game. Just the 2 kills on the laning stage, and now a bit over 10 minutes later, finds his third. Does look like they want to play the bottom half of the map because Seimei spotted here. Mamang Daya throwing in the boat. Nyx coming in full speed ahead. And the stun lock is there. And Seimei's got nowhere to go. Another good kill.
They were 4 seconds late on that one. Seimei bought his BKB.
Question is they've got 40 seconds. 30 seconds even. Krish wants to do Roche now.
Is under attack.
It's gonna be
And
on
he
the
wants
clock.
to.
And even if he doesn't finish it off here at nighttime, he can still let Roche walk bottom. But it does look like they are bringing in the numbers to make sure that they can get this one down ASAP. 15 seconds, you're only almost halfway.
Here comes your Nyx.
Let's bring in the
Phoenix.
Nyx Assassin, that's your damage. Hell yeah. 5 seconds on the clock, boys.
3, 2.
Mamang Daya's already like, yeah, I'm
1.
gonna quickly TP out because Roche is gonna bash me in a sec, but hey, they were actually able to keep Roche on the spot with Fire Spirit's attack speed slow, so he doesn't finish his animation and cost him extra 2 seconds there, but Mamang Daya, he TP'd in mid, and he might just die for his incursion here. He gets a big heal out and gets the illusion off, but never gets to use his BKB, but he does force the 9-seconder off of Seimei. I still think that's a pretty good trade, because, considering he never used his BKB, and that's the biggest timer for a Wind Ranger to use. He'll be back up in 25 seconds, the lanes are pushing in, and the whole team wants to fight now. This is really good for TK.
Yep. And Krish has joined now. And I think Team TK, they've been fishing for these pickoffs, but the team fight matter.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been
Excuse
looking
me,
good.
that was a sneeze.
Certainly hasn't been looking good up till now.
It's one of the reasons that they picked up Pango, right? Trying to, get themselves a team fight in a bottle, making up for the fact that they're already 3 picks behind on that. But the truth is that they simply, if they can't burst a hero right off the bat, you're not going to fight Team TK. It's tantamount to suicide.
Well, now it is really just down to which tower are they going to look for with this Aegis, and does Team Tough find a way to keep those lanes pushed out, find a pick-off, keep buying off time off of that first Aegis, and even maybe best case
423?
scenario, get their ultis to connect.
Just looking
that-
at Mamang Daya. But smoke's not in time. Well, here, the other ramp? No.
They're going back and forth. They're indecisive,
Indecisive.
but now they're going in and they might just get the connection. But Bob is dead, and that's an arena used. But they also get to save this Kunkka maybe in time. Yeah, he pops his BKB, but Mamang Daya, he's still dropping, but he's not dying this time around. And Tsukimoto's trying to give him the vision, and they do get the kill. And the Yules is not
That's
enough,
gonna
but
cost him
Chris
saving.
there with this one dagger, and the other guy slams a shield to push that dagger even deeper, and takes down Seimei. So 2 for 1, 2 cores down for Team Tough.
Very visceral depiction you got going there. TikTok would
Woke
not
up with
approve.
violence this morning.
Oh, I like it.
Krish trying to stare Tsukimoto down the skibidi toilet.
No, I regret everything I said.
For real, for real. Hey, but I do think this nullifier is the right item, no cap.
Yes. He got me, ladies and gentlemen. He got me.
All right, I'll leave you alone with that. Don't worry.
It's
I
going to
won't
make
continue
the
that lineup humor.
it's going to make the Wind Ranger feel real careful
Fresh.
about the rest of the gameplay here.
Krish wants to go in, but he also knows that if he does, Enchant is the one ability that hurts PA probably the most. Stuck on the spot. There goes Bob. Spots the
Fresh
Phoenix.
items.
Phoenix is a great target to go for, and 4-2-3 will take no hesitation. Now Krish is stuck in a shackle shot, focus fire by Seimei. But because they don't have the Rolling Thunder anymore, won't be able to chase any deeper. So Team Tough, they have a quick way of going in, but extending fights, if they spread around, those are the big difficulties here for Team Tough's draft.
The Ursa already having spent his blink to get on top of that
And Arena's
Phoenix.
back up. And they also got Yule, so JG should never be able to miss a spear ever again. 4-2-3 spotted. If they can get to him. PMA on the chase. JG's faster. They've got the smoke movement speed buff and everything. And there we go. He does get his ulti off, but JG waits with the spear. And there we go. There goes your Ursa. At the same time, well, consolidation prize. It is a Phoenix.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Incredibly enough, just during the Ursa kill, and I normally don't pay attention to this, the gold differential went up to 2k while he was dying. And now it does again. TK very much decided, look at how spread they are as well. Of course, that is the reason that you get that pick off as TK. But at the same time, Aegis with losing gold differentials, not really how you want things to go. Team TK not managing to intimidate Team Tough and holding hands together.
They are spending a
Pulling
lot
out
of
the
time
front
just
speed.
running around, bouncing back and forth. Blink is ready on the Mars. It just needs to catch Seimei, but Seimei gets the connection first. Pops and right-click in. But with the Kunkka to follow up with the help of the Nyx Assassin, you've got 3 heroes with crowd control. That's another death for this Wind Ranger. That's 5 already.
And Bob got kicked out of the top lane by Krish. And this is how you're supposed to do it.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and now JG, who is literally just TPing bottom for a kill, he's now in the top lane, and that is a that is a supernova. That might have been a miss.
Sure is. It's listen, it's an early morning for us. It's an early morning for Lord Boons.
Is it though?
No, it's not.
He's Australian, right?
You know what? I don't know actually. What I do know is that it's in Southeast Asia.
At
Only
least
really a
it's-
good gamer morning.
At least it's Wikipedia. I thought like, cause when I was a kid, I used to play on this this game where I had
Same, eh?
We'll get to that in a second. I think Seimei's maybe done for. Even with that BKB, I still think they can just chase this Wind Ranger through, but Kunkka, late mail is available, waiting for it. There we go, 4-2-3, jumping in at the same time, and now Phoenix is being pummeled, and remember, there's no supernova, but they don't necessarily know about it. Maybe they
Just
heard
gonna
the
back out.
audio cue off of the explosion, but right now they're just ending up out of position. 4-2-3 is getting destroyed by the Phoenix and the PA. And Krish has already found himself a double. Say's being forced away. Lord Boons is kiting Bob. Seimei can't get quite the kill on JG. And now they spot... Oh, what a nice blink from JG. He's able to get out just in time from that swashbuckle. And now Krish goes for the next target. It is Seimei once again with his final bits of mana. But there's a nullifier ready, and look at those crits, and even with the Solar Crest casts, it's just not enough to keep Seimei alive. And there's another one for Krish. He's godlike, and this PA has definitely come to play. This is Krish.
Looking very good, just like he did yesterday. And this is, you know, the methodical PA, my complaint is always like, you don't get to double crit erase somebody from the earth anymore. But if you play a slower fight like this, then methodical is absolutely fantastic. Much more reliable damage output. Team Tough, after spending the focus fire in a previous engagement, yeah, the PA is free to play, and it's really all about her just taking her targets. Kiting her out is darn near impossible because that Phantom Strike does not go on as long of a cooldown as, say, the Ursa's Blink does. She's just dishing out damage left, right, and center. Feels phenomenal for her.
Yeah, I do feel like the gameplay style changed a lot for the PA with the methodical, because you don't just do the you jump on your target and try to blow them up as soon as possible, but you build up hits, you go and hit and run, you jump out, jump in, and when you know you got that guaranteed crit almost there, because it takes 6 hits, you got like 4 hits already connected, you jump in, swing, crit, and that's 575%.
Tsukimoto.
And that is 1,800 damage as a crit, as you just saw there on Tsukimoto by Krish. So a devastating amount of damage. That is enough to one-shot on Ursa, mind you.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
That's how squishy this Ursa can be in a matchup versus PA.
I mean, to be fair, the Ursa does have armor.
Well,
he can press and rage.
only 4 more than the Wind Ranger does.
Radiant's middle tower is
Or
under
sorry, than
attack.
the
true.
Marcy does actually. And it's almost the same as the Wind Rangers. So I'm gonna say no to that, Kips. He actually doesn't. This
Fair
PA
enough. No,
will
and
still one-shot this Ursa. I will not correct myself.
You bring up something important here, though, which is that the playstyle of Team Tough has been caught up to in one way. Yeah, they were the first ones to Deathball, but they have been doing that with Seimei on these Wind Rangers, on these Razors. Team Tough hasn't exactly been building auras. So, you know, the extra armor that nearly every team is sporting right now, with having, for example, the Greaves up, that's just not there for you. PA loves it when nobody buys casual armor.
Yeah, it's just the Solar Crest buff, really. That's all the Inch is giving to the team. But no
BKB
real
Mercy.
auras, just too many damage dealers for Team Tough. That can backfire. It's good when they take separate fights, but Team TK, we can already see that they want to cluster up. They don't want to allow these separate 1v1s to happen.
They don't have to back up anymore. And especially not now that PA has reached her level 20, so we do have the Phantom Strike attack speed up. This is where you can start playing her more like old PA again, because you're going to get that 6th hit in real short order.
Well, solid little 5k lead here for Team TK. For all of you newer viewers out there, good morning. Welcome to the morning cast here at the Rest Regional SEAs. Team TK is a team that still has a chance to make it to the LAN, regardless they win this series and they win the grand final.
Seimei.
So that's what they have at stake. Seimei will get the teleport off. Of course, one of the buggering abilities that is an absolute hindrance to BKBs is the Kunkka X mark. Remember when I ranted that this ability should not work like this?
Yeah.
You have to pay attention to it in a game like this because you have Ursa, you have Marcy,
Oh,
you
they
have
found
Wind
Seimei
Ranger,
after he BKB TP'd out.
and he
They
dropped the
just
gem.
They just walked to mid lane and got him anyway.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well,
Basic,
Dire's bottom
brutal.
tower is under attack.
you might be able to, you might be able to dodge a car accident, but if it is an organized hitman that's on your way, yeah,
Yes.
they're gonna get that second truck to hit.
Is under attack.
Careful though, not if I'm the hitman.
Yeah,
have a lot of
okay.
hours and
Kips
not
is
a
an
lot of
exception.
kills.
Kips is an exception. She'll need a third attempt to make it work.
Dire's middle barracks are under
So you're good with us. You're good with us. Now we have a quick lag pause there from Say, but this is not looking good for Team Tough at all. This game is.
It's not.
I think this game is at a point where Team TK is really, really strong.
Yeah.
Ever
they're-
since they
they're
got
out of control.
to, ever since they got to play that 5-man, they just tipped this game completely in their balance.
I just wish someone on Team Tough would just put a buckler in their inventory. Just do it. You know?
It's not
It's
going
only-
to help them.
No, it's only 2 armor, but every little bloody bit counts, especially when you have no other armor items that are ready for your team.
Yeah, it can help them, but it won't save them.
Exactly. There we go. It will absolutely help them. I was ready to fight you on that, but save them? No.
Yeah.
Agreed. The only thing that's gonna save them is, I think, the PA getting stuck on the wrong side of a fight and the Ursa mauling several
Yeah.
Radiant heroes at the same time.
Yeah, I think at this point we need like an AC. Okay, Pango actually has AC lined up, so I like that a lot more.
So necessary.
Because that gives everybody damage on heroes that already have damage and have been building towards damage. So, That also mitigates some of the damage dealt by
Swap
TK.
cancelled immediately by an X marks Mars. Sucks to be you.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Should also be a Tormentor taken away.
Dire are scanning.
Traded.
Oh, they're spread for a second here. Dire scan connects on the next assassin, but PMA is out. Bob is rolling in. Mamang Daya is low on HP, but he BKBs just before the follow-up there from the Wind Ranger. But Krish is dead. And they're looking to cluster up with the PA as PA is completely alone. And they're fighting the backline here. They will get themselves Tsukimoto for PMA. But Krish, there goes 4-2-3. Egg needs to be hit as well, but it's inside the arena, not outside of it. And Team TK, they lose quite a hefty amount here. Very nicely dismantled there by Team Tough, and I have to say, the timing was right. They didn't have the Nyx around. He was still in the triangle. He was under a scan. Bob made his own initiation out. They were able to isolate the PA from the rest of the pack. The rest of them were clustered up together, hoping to just get that PA out of there and get themselves a better opener. But Team Tough was way too fast to get on the occasion. Mamang Daya's BKB used as well on a kite. Just disastrous there. And now, well, okay. You'll get something for your efforts here,
Consolation
sure.
But yeah, I think you can see during, especially the shot calling during that fight, right? Bob being on the back lines, the Ursa's targeting switching immediately. As soon as that egg comes out and he sees he can hit it, he turns on a dime. There's a lot of players that would have still finished off the Kunkka first. He only needed one more hit in order to get the egg after, but Team Tough switch so easily, so smoothly, even when the action is already going on. And Team TK just learned that, yes, they have been ahead in this game. They've done that through very solid play. But as soon as their solid play stops, Team Tough has been right behind them every single step of the way. And that gold lead, they were not 10k ahead as some other teams would have been in this situation, just because Team Tough has been farming really well, spreading really well. And now instead, from a single mistake, you're looking at the gold differential being close to equal.
Well, Team Tough, you're going to have to repeat what you just did.
They're
It's
not
gonna
out of the
work
hole
for
just
you,
yet.
but still Team TK. They don't have to change anything in their game plan right now.
They just have to
It
not
just
split
doesn't
up.
happen again. Bob's rolling in. Good connection. 1-2 heroes connected. JG, beautiful arena. And allows Mamangda to get out. Krish is trying to finish off the kill on Tsukimoto. He needs to get the Marcy out of the way, and that's one down. So is PMA. Mamangda is already dead there. And Bob is cleaning them up. There's a nice Phoenix Egg explosion, but Krish is left behind. And with the PA most likely set for dead. Or left for dead, even. Team Tough has now pulled the economy back to an even game money-wise, but I don't think that storyline holds experience-wise, because that's a 14k swing in XP. 14,000 experience
14,000 experience,
in
yeah.
one team fight.
Nuts. No, that puts the Ursa at very close to level 25 right now.
Bob with the shade! Damn! Oh. Who is real pause for? Conquer Nyx.
Oh my god, versus Bob. Bob is like,
Holy.
I think he felt a little pressed during the start of this game. Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
That's quite a lot of savagery we're experiencing this morning. Not just from the players, but you know, you and me both. This is going to be a hell of a day. I mean, a meticulous day.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go. JG jumped on already. You know what an absolute
Evaporated.
beast this Ursa can be. And they spot PMA
Oh,
in the
no.
trees. What a Gleipnir cast there from Seimei. I think that was just a wild guess, but it was like, oh, it actually connected on someone. And they're going to follow this Nyx assassin through.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's level 20 secured for... I wanted to say her as well.
That's another 5k XP.
Easy peasy. Or sorry, I should say easy breezy.
Easy breezy would fit, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so suddenly,
Radiant's middle tower
a
is
team
under
fight and a
attack.
skirmish later, you have a 7-level advantage.
No big deal, right? But that lead from TK being so fragile, not in the experience department, but
Radiant's top tower is
definitely
under
on the
attack.
gold side. Now that the Ursa is a proper threat to the PA, she already had a tough time when he just had the MKB, and she had to work around him in order to not lose too much HP. But now he has the Basher as well. The Ursa can actually
Attack.
target the PA now and lock her down.
Yep, the best type of RNG. You become the crowd controller and the damage dealer.
Late game Ursa becomes everything. He also becomes the tank. Krish knows it. That's how he finally got past Morphling yesterday on our 9th hour of that godforsaken day. Aviana's Feather picked up by Seme. That is such great survivability for him. But no, the cut from behind, Tsukimoto. Taking
Team
the
Tough
dirt
still
now.
stick around? I don't like this idea. Oh, what
Double
a beautiful
spear!
spear there from JG! But at the same time, why is Team Tough deciding to stay? Are they strong enough to fight this? Well,
It's going to cost some older buybacks.
they are going to cost... This is very, very costly for them. They're burning absolutely everything just to get their reinforcements back in.
No?
Okay, so they gave away the first kill and decided to still stay around. I mean, of course, you
I
want to
can-
fight for Roshan, but I can't get behind that decision right there.
I mean, I can see them sticking for the kill, but the way that they were just caught with their pants down, it's really like they were still talking about something, and they were not ready to press their buttons just yet. That was so unusual. I don't think I've ever seen Team Tough get caught with their pants down like that.
There was a whole 5 seconds since that kill happened on the Nixus side. Maybe even more than 5 seconds for them to react, reposition, maybe smoke up, stack up, go hide in the trees or something. But they wanted to stay stationary.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think my biggest gripe is just the time between the Mars jumping in there and but perhaps he jumped into the trees in such a position that they couldn't actually see them. That would explain. And nobody was up. I think that is the biggest problem here. Nobody was up to the high ground on the side with the twin gate. If you have somebody up there, you can see that Mars get into the trees. If the Mars just jumps blind and the arena's there. Yeah. No, I think that's the delay. They didn't have vision, so they didn't actually see him jump. That's why that beautiful double spear comes out.
Yeah, there was 2 scans though.
Are scanning.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Game is fluctuating back and forth between TK and Team Tough. Just what we need from a playoff game between the two.
Yeah. Between the two would-be champions of this tournament as well.
Yep. JG, I think it's time to let go of those seeds of Serenity in his backpack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
His faithful friends.
Faithful friends indeed. The Verder's Dale.
The value remains if you can get it down, but at some point I think the amount of attention that you spent on it is not worth it anymore. And this Nyx Assassin is now supporting Vega level 5.
Krish with the banner creeps. Seimei wants to take the banner down with a couple more hits to go, but Krish is just making work of this tier 3 tower. Misses another dagger. We see the Ags up on the Wind Ranger plus the gem. There's a timing to go on Krish. Krish is dropped. Where's his backup? Well,
Too
it
darn
is
late.
Too late indeed. Tsukimoto is dead, and Krish is being focused down for a second time, but there's an egg placed down inside the wall of the arena. A refresher being used on the back line too by who was it even who used it? I think it was Krish who might have just used it again just to get another BKB charge off, and there we go. Say and Bob, both down. Devil Spear 4-2-3, and Team Tough are done for game number 1. Team TK, they do the absolute minimum that is required, and that is win a game. Now they just need to repeat that once again. And it was actually JG who used the refresher. I quickly had to look at the fight recap. I was like, wait, didn't PA have it at some point? But wait, he didn't have it in his inventory. So yeah, it was the Mars just to get themselves a backup arena, another BKB, another spear. Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, in general, Team TK, this is, I think we've been waiting all the way since the start of the group stage to see this Team TK, because they have been capable of performances like this for, well, as soon as they formed, basically. The quality of the players is definitely there. And you see here, yeah, they're not perfect still. There was definitely a risk of them losing the game here to Team Tough simply being more methodical in their farming patterns, but ultimately outplay their way out of it and finally show off the skills that they do have. It's been about dang time, and now we have a series on our hands.
Oh yeah, showcase is definitely what's needed here for both teams to show if their finals caliber. Is Team Tough really the unbeatable team, and how much does Team TK really want that spot at the LAN? So job half done now for Team TK. We're gonna take a tiny break though, and return after the ad break for game number 2 of this playoff series.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet Betting Company, Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, the first obstacle is now done for Team TK, but of course, knowing the team that they are playing against, it's not going to be an easy feat to look at a straight-up 2-0 victory, because this is a team that not only did a 9-1 their group stage, have also won a SEA relog tournament in the past, are our #1 team on the points bracket, have already confirmed a spot to the LAN event. And, yeah, I think that's quite a lot said, considering what your opponent is going into game number 2. So definitely Team TK. I think they just need to continue with what they just did. I think things were rolling pretty well in their favor. Team Tough showed their superiority with the tempo. with the pace of looking a pick off going into another. I do think the big problem maybe in this game was getting those full-on 5v5 engagements, get the game plan together early enough. I feel like it happened a bit too late that they were starting to pick up. You know, of course, that's what an Ursa lineup would look like in your eyes, that sure, they're going to do good at some point of the game, and then they're going to take it from there. But lacking the kind of clicks when Bob goes in, what is the response time from the rest of the team? What are they doing during that time when Bob is going in with a hero that has a blink and a mobility ulti? Those kind of small reaction time, literally just decrease the reaction time in what is happening between a play and play number 2. I think that's what Team Tough can still continue to work on. Of course, with a player like Bob, you never know what's going to happen. But most of the time, they do get some good results on the board. It's just that his net worth was really low. It helped this Mars have such a good game. He got himself a good blink timer. The way everyone else's item timers are clicking together, PA having such a good game, it doesn't make it any easier for Bob to make those singular opens. And I think that takes a lot away from an offlane Wind Ranger, which I said, and I will always say, is an early game carry type hero. The game stretches too far, you've got 3 damage dealers, but you're starting to lack in so many other departments.
Exactly. Now, Team Tough are fantastic at snowballing, but when that doesn't happen, especially, I think it's the team fight aspect here. So much reactive team fight coming in from Team TK that diving these tier 1 towers in order to secure them was a very unattractive proposition for Team Tough. That slowed them down a lot, and that combined with the fact that TK actually had a really good laning stage, especially for Mamangdaya, but also for Krish. Krish keeping pace with that Ursa the entire time. The combination of that just makes for a game where Team Tough has a hard time getting back in it until Team TK actually offers them an opportunity, and those were thin on the ground.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, at least looking at these first heroes here, both have very early snowball potential. Core or support, Tiny, same thing. Hoodwink. I don't think they've really changed too much in terms of their game plan. Like, you want to... Tiny maybe is item dependent where Hoodwink isn't. But Hoodwink is very early experienced, the kind of, I wouldn't say deprived, but reliant on getting that early experience lead, because it helps you get another kill from another lane, it helps you rotate somewhere else, you have a strong core to play with, that you have Sharpshooter to align with, like, hey, I can do 50% of the damage, can you do the rest?
I mean, and this Tiny, of course, not all that strong of a laner from the position 4. At least, of course, there is still a small chance that this is going to be Mamangdaya mid Tiny. There's an even smaller chance that this is a Krish carry Tiny. But, you know, those options are on the board, technically.
Yeah, it's only been played in 2 roles. 3 times... Sorry, actually, it has been played by Castaway too, but that was a loss. But they did have 3 support Tinies, 100% win rate, and a mid Tiny once 100% win rate. So the only loss was when Castaway was playing it.
Oh, clearly that's why he's no longer with the team.
Yeah, because we want the Tiny. It's like...
No. Don't know what's happened there. I'm just really glad that it didn't actually stop Team TK from getting this far.
I know, because like he's been playing with JG for almost a full year, maybe even more than that, but at least the last year I've been casting their games. We had this miraculous Neon Esports run. Me and Lizard were casting. I was like, all right, these guys are beating like everybody in the SEA region, and they might actually qualify for their first big event, and I think it was like Dream League or something like that, and they only got to top 3. They lost the winner bracket final, and then they lost the lower bracket final. I was like, well, you got so close, and it could have been our first South African player playing at a LAN event, but you had to wait a bit longer for that one to happen. But that was
so close,
truly,
so
I saw a lot of indications that these Neon players truly had the potential and the capability. Bombi, Castaway, JG, all these three guys playing together. So now that Castaway's no longer here, we don't have Bombi in this roster, but we still got JG, who I think has been looking very solid. It's not your flashiest offlaner. I think he's more of this kind of more reliable, durable, always there when you need him. Probably doesn't make the flashy plays like we saw there as a Mars. He didn't go like for these crazy plays. He made one great play, which allowed them to pretty much close out the game after, which was the double spear arena with his shard after they just finished off getting a pick off. I think these are the heroes that if JG plays, say, Doom, Underlord, Darkseer, something on the lines of that, I feel like Team TK can build a very solid draft around that. But it looks like we might be going on the same route because we see Ember Spirit, they bring out the Phoenix. It could be just another Mars game. There we go. We got the Mars brought out for Team TK.
Easy.
No need to change anything.
No.
Just the Tiny is the new mix to this.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk about this Ember Spirit because we've had first phase Embers throughout the group stage and even in the first playoff match as well. And this Ember, people are getting harsher and harsher on counter him, not just saying like, all right, fine, you get your mid through the mid lane, we get our mid through the mid lane. I already talked about Mamang Daya stuffing an Ember in the dumpster yesterday, but we've seen Earthshaker picks to keep him down. We've seen a mid troll to keep him down. Everything short of actually putting Ursa into that mid lane, which is, I'm still kind of waiting because that could happen, and I think that is the hardest counter to Ember in the mid lane. But even so, with these Embers getting harsher and harsher treatments, they still decently often end up winning those games, which is the danger sign. So Team Tough, now with the Ember in their pocket for Bob, he might get behind again, and it might still be a win for them. This Ember pick has proven so resilient.
Yeah, and of course these second phase Embers have a higher win rate than the first phase Embers. So you are correct, there's been quite a lot of first phase Ember picks, but their win rate is a lot smaller, even though there's the same amount of picks pretty much. This is the 18th second phase Ember with 53% win rate, when the first phase has been 43% in 16 games.
Yeah. For a overall first pick core, I thought it would be worse, honestly, but 46 sounds about right with what I've seen.
43.
43, excuse me. I mean, it's bad, not disastrous. What's that quote from?
Not great,
not
not
good,
terrible.
not terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the bad right. I think Team Tough is the only team that's left over that still plays the support bat. I really haven't been seeing it in the hands of anybody else. And you know, the thing remains the same. If you can get the bat off the ground, if you can snipe away some farm all the way on the other side of the map, cut some waves, make some people run after you, you create so much space, and that farm goes into a hero that becomes, well, potentially the reason for you winning the game, because you got the force displacement on that lasso. So a lot of ifs there, which is why other teams don't pick it. But if, you can win a game off of this.
Dire team back.
Of course, JG has more than enough experience playing with a Batrider, so he knows exactly how to play up against that too. And there's the DP you talked about, the hero that can trash the Ember Spirit and the mid lane. I mean, DP's a lane winner, so should be called for that the DP should be beating the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. We'll just see how it works out in this particular game with these two mids. It is Bob Ember after all.
It is Bob Ember, yeah. And I do think that yesterday Mamang Daya was definitely the superior mid laner as well. I don't think Ember... It's hard to say. I don't think Ember should be losing that hard at the very but honestly, I'm tempted to say that this could be a 50-50 if the Ember knows what he's doing.
Yeah. This is also the first time in this tournament Mamang Daya picks the same hero.
Streak broken. How about Bob? Did he play Ember before?
Yes. He's played it once. That was versus Ascent.
So both of them doubling up now, finally.
see who he played against. So he played an Invoker. He lost to the Invoker, but he won the game. And then
Ember,
you had
just
the
Ember things.
DP who beat the Ember, but DP lost the game.
Yeah. Oh man, there is some absolutely brutal moments in that game. So we're gonna have to keep our eye on the mid lane just a little bit to see how many heroes Mamang Daya calls to that mid lane as well to help him really keep this Ember down, because he will bring his friends and he will bring them early. Now the Phoenix, of course, not exactly a great rotational support.
10 seconds remaining.
I
Let's see
think
if they,
I think we're gonna
Tiny
do
would
it
be
the other
fine.
way around. I think Team Tough wants to shut the DP because DP is a lane dominator who should win Ember's Spirit. I think Ember is gonna need backup, and
I mean,
Hoodwink's great
yes.
for that. Batrider surely can help with that, but Team TK. So we're playing Phoenix Tiny supports by the looks of it. Unless we're playing Mars support, but I do think we're looking at Tiny Phoenix and we're missing out on a carry.
10 seconds.
So
Most likely, yes.
5 Phoenix, Mars Tiny offlane versus a carry they don't know.
Dire team pick.
And the Razor
And a
band.
Razor.
I would have thought that they would be interested in taking up the Morphling themselves. Ember Spirit on the opposing side is always tempting.
10 seconds remaining.
What are they thinking about here for Krish?
If I see bands like this, I say a Lifestealer, but I don't think that's a hero currently. And versus a
Yeah.
Batrider as well.
I mean, I'm looking at Sven more likely.
Yeah.
Or maybe even... okay, actually, you don't want to play Lina with DP. I do think Sven would be a better idea, but that's a hero that does pretty much the same thing. So we got the Troll.
No, he doesn't. Come on.
I mean, they do have a lot of similarities. They're very alike to each other.
No. I'm gonna break the rules here. Troll's a long fight hero. You keep on laying into people, and Sven is specifically this guy disappears now and then I go to the next. That's no. I stand firm. You will not convince me.
But they both cleave. They both have lifesteal. They're both very somewhat heavy damage. Okay, Troll is a fast build up damage, and Sven is just a nuker. I guess that's the big difference between the two. But
And
they
of course
work in similar ways. They move in similar patterns.
In the mid game. Yeah. And of course the laning stage is also a little different, right? Sven very much reliant on, do we get opportunities to kill here because I have a stun? Whereas the Troll will be harassing out anybody. And especially Sven with the facet that initially takes his base damage away, not as strong of a laner as he used to be. So, Terrorblade it is.
All right, TB. A win and a loss. Win versus Yangon, loss versus Outcast. That was the only loss they had during the group stage versus Outcast.
50-50.
Now they've been dealt their second defeat in this entire tournament by Team TK in game number 1. Going into the second match, which is Team Tough with their backs against the wall, a loss, and they are out. And Team TK would be, again, a step closer to achieving the ultimate goal, which is knocking out Execration without having to play Execration. Which I think Execration is a team of very high caliber. You'd be very happy to dethrone them without having to play against a team like that.
You're not going to get an opportunity like that very often, saying you
Nope.
beat Execration without, actually seeing them at all.
And all the bragging rights of being one of the top SEA teams in these almost 6 months of circuits that we've been playing so far. So pretty big win already coming up if they can just snatch it for themselves. We got JG again warmed up on the Mars. Team TK obviously had a very good role in the early minutes. Team Tough were still stronger in the pickoff department. What do you think about this game, though? Bob would have to have a very good start to the game because TB is going to be out of the picture for quite some time. Team TK, Troll, you'd think the same thing. Troll and TB are both out. Who has the better 4v4?
the better for before. I'm gonna lean towards Team TK again. I think Team Tough has a bit of the same problem as they did in the previous game, where they have a single team fighter that needs to do all of the heavy lifting, and Team TK have several R's that they can press and immediately claim most of your screen with. So Seimei has got a hard job. At the very least, he will be building auras most likely this game, though. So that particular handicap that Team Tough was playing with in last match will not be repeating itself.
Well, I do hope Team Tough also recognize the situation and try to reinforce whenever needed. But this is again a game where all these small moves, all these small decisions that you make, when to help somebody out, when to prioritize farming an item, what moves does your opponent make, and anticipating those, it could be a domino effect very quickly in a game like this. D4 will be placed down in mid, so they get themselves some nice deep vision there for Team Tough. Team TK playing it a bit safer, just down the bottom stairs instead of the cliff position. Bob also stutter stepping a bit here. JG PMA just quickly dropping by, activate the Watcher. But nobody around. No 4-2-3, no say. You got to be careful of this TB Batrider lane, though, even though they don't pack the highest punch of damage. Reflection, plus potential sticky napalms and a blood grenade. It's going to be very difficult to get out.
Yep. Onto a double melee lane. It has the potential to be rough.
Oh, there we go. Poking PMA early on here, waiting with that flame break quite some time, but does get the connection on both of these two. And it's going to be 3 for 1. Team Tough snatching the majority of the bounties.
And my eyes are on this mid lane, where Bob is going to have to outdo Team TK's poor opponents from yesterday. Sent eastwards mid. I believe it's Suki. Yes. I do not follow that cruel fate.
A bit of changes done with this this Ember Spirit, with the new immolation. Slight changes here and there to his Flame Guard. Now it's just like immolation. You know, this was an old school active ability, well, active and deactive ability back in the day with the Demon Hunters. So they would always do fire DPS to people around them. Hence, probably why the model of the Ember Spirit also follows in that same league. It's just that I have not seen this name in over a decade.
I was about to say, how far into the archives is he going here? Because I don't remember. And the answer is, yeah. That sounds about right.
That's how far we're going. Because I remember that was one of my favorite abilities. And it was not even Dota related back then. Seimei already getting himself on the board with Tsukimoto. Quick kill on the Phoenix, level 1. That's the best time to strike.
And this Brewmaster already's got an urn queued up. Once he gets this urn, this lane could get out of control quite quickly. TK needs to be careful that they don't get bullied out here by the Brewmaster and his Hoodwink.
Yeah, you got some really good heroes here to play this lane. Oh, they also take down PMA, sure. That was without a Metamorph. JG is not exactly a happy camper in terms of the CS that he has. Only 4 last hits to the 13 on 4-2-3. He's almost got double the denies to the man's last hits.
Yep, and Tiny is not going to particularly do anything here for you. PMA can try to, and that is presumably why he died as well, tried to trade with his HP and buy some space that way. But look at the slows.
Yep,
Man ain't going nowhere.
Slows are real. JG has to throw in the spear to save his life, but Sei might be able to get this kill with another napalm, but no, Sei ends up tanking the tower instead. JG just can't get this wave in position, and 4-2-3 with another deny right in front of the face of the Mars. Up to 10 denies now. experience-wise, they're pretty much sitting at the same because PMA did die, JG's getting solo XP, 423 has had Batrider next to him this whole time. But that also means that the support Batrider is 2 levels ahead of the Tiny at the moment, who just hit level 2.
And Bob has been hanging in there in the mid lane. But only just about is now out of bottle charges, just the magic wand left. Mamanga, yeah, you see they're calling in the supports already, they know.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're supposed to do here. Bob, it's a pretty early tip there, but he'll get the job done in the end. Yeah, that's exactly what I was suspecting to see, is DP is stronger in the lane, and I'd rather see the support rotate to help the Ember than the other way around, because you're not exactly helping the Death Prophet here,
No.
Mr. Phoenix.
Not like this, no, but previously that's exactly what they used the support rotations for, win that lane even harder. This time it's fuel for the fire for Bob, and this is 2k lead already for Team Tough. This is the kind of start that you need on an Ember Spirit in order to get yourself a proper game versus the DP. And he only had one really fragile moment, the team comes in to help at that point. I'm not going to say that he's fine now, especially the Exorcism is still going to present a problem, and he just lost basically all of his HP. But the worst has passed now. He's going to get level 6. Once he gets 6, it's going to be very hard for Mamang Daya to kill him.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Mamang Daya now, seeing how things are going in both of these side lanes. At least Krish is unkilled so far, which is really important that the Troll is not also struggling, but it's a 5-0 start.
And the urn is up on Seme. So if they drop another kill in the top lane here, the lane is basically over.
Yeah, you could pretty much say that. At least Krish has still got the XP advantage. You could find Battle Trance to be your best friend if he gets it up early enough. Just the downside of Team TK's lineup really is the lockdown. And both of those lockdown heroes are in the same lane.
Well, I wanted to say shared suffering, but PMA is suffering even more than JG is. Level 2.5 on this Tiny right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here.
Yep. So is Tsukimoto there to help him there. Lord Boons, though, 30 HP and escapes.
Not even close.
So no urn charge there for the Brew. Bob with a quick XD there, fighting the rune versus Mamang Daya. He's so much faster than he is. And I think Bob might just kill the DP here. He's wearing him down. He's really effectively wearing him down.
No more Spirit Siphon charges, and
one more slight. Bob, come on. You should go for it. You should go
Krish
for it.
gets
No,
run down in the river. No, now this is your window as an Ember Spirit. You've survived the hard part, you've gotten to the level 6, and now Mamang Daya needs to get a point in the silence in order to stop you off.
Bob was too far away for the chains. Almost kills off Mamang Daya there, but he's got the backup of a supports. Bob is... Oh, now they're bringing Krish as well.
Is that a mana?
Flame Break coming in from Say, and Bob, well, I think you might have gotten played a bit here. So I think Krish, that's only right for you and the whole team to give him a tip back, because you know he's giving you XDs and he's tipping your mid. So I understand your assessment there, Bob. You know, it's not quite fair. You know, 2 versus 4, but what is this troll doing in the mid lane?
Yeah. No, but the answer is very simple. Killing you. In this house, we victim blame. Because he very much did that to himself.
Yeah, and now Bob's got 4 guys chasing Lord Boons, which they're able to get.
Yeah, but that's fine, because that's a support, and supports deserve to get beaten up. I'm a mid laner, I'm special.
PMA is right here to keep Bob at bay, already down to half HP. Mamang Daya's Exorcism is more of a defensive one, seeing all the traffic coming in. Gets a bottle refill there from Lord Boon as well. I mean, it might sound like it's wasted, but level 1 Exo doesn't really do anything anyway. Now it might actually not even be a waste, because it looks like you might be even getting some kills with it. There we go.
Nice
PMA
toss
helps
in.
him out for a kill. DP, still a few more seconds. Exo Spirits are going to fly in and give him the heals, but it's going to need a couple more seconds. And he's gone. Wasted split for
Yeah, way
now,
more
but maybe
wasted.
they can catch the Phoenix.
Get some
Just
damage on the mid tower.
able to get out. 3 seconds for another slate, but no dive under the tier 2. 423 is also about to die. The spear leaves him at 19 HP. We've got a lot of low HP survivals. Mamang Daya is also calling out 4 people in mid. It's like we've gone away from the honest level of Dota. Bob is now coming to clean up this bottom lane. There goes the Mars. Speared the Hoodwink away. Another couple seconds for the Slight to be available. JG trying to juke Bob. Bob misses, and he misses on a kill. PMA is dead, though, but JG gets out.
Unusual mistakes from Team Tough here, letting themselves, you know that saying, don't wrestle with pigs because you'll both get muddy and they like it. That's kind of what's happening to Team Tough here, really asking for a messier game, and Team TK says, sure, we do that every day.
Same now rotates bottom.
Full
JG
Spirit Vessel.
did just teleport back in. They know about it because he was about to die to a single slate from the Ember. Now PMA, you know, he just follows the pain train. Not a whole lot that this Tiny can do. It's not an easy game for PMA.
It is not. And this also means that the Terrorblade has now shifted towards the top side of the map, outside of the reach of Amar's trying to get an opening kill with his first arena of the game, say.
Yeah, I mean, he already survived the 20 HP. It was a very close call. 80 rune for the DP, but he won't be able to get it. As Sei throws in the Flame Break and leaves him to die in the arms of 423. Tsukimoto gets the last hit. Bob spicing up the things between our two mids.
He has been insistent on that, yes. But this is, especially with the Catapult now joining as well, mid tower taken completely for free. Mamang Daya caught off guard in the river, leading to now tower advantage for Team Tough as well. This looks much more like the Team Tough we know.
By the way, do you know what happened with the whole Prism thing for Team Tough?
No, I have absolutely no clue.
So I remember back in the
Yeah, they got signed.
yeah, the third RES
Sure.
tournament,
Yeah.
or was it even the second or the third? And then they went into TI qualies as Prism, and now they're just back to Team Tough.
Sometimes it's literally only for TI qualies, and if they don't make it, it's like, okay, that was our deal was you make it to TI, you didn't, so
Yeah, might as well be that. 2-man silence, but Seimei still charging in, and JG misses another spear with the arena. That's the first time he pops it. 2 games in a row now. The first arena spear leads into nothing. Most likely him dead. They are dropping very low. Nice bushwhack there, and the heals from Lord Boons just ain't enough. They can keep JG alive. They will lose PMA. Mamang Daya on the chase there with the amplified damage, but Seimei is too tanky. Now Bob's walking in. He's still vesseled up, so the DP has to be careful.
this is an amplified damage DP, and she's got that exorcism going, but she's losing the fight.
Exo's coming back in. There's the heal. Krish is also low. PMA's TPing in. Spear connects on Bob, but Chris's ulti wants to take him elsewhere. Seimei takes the attention. Krish is dead, and this is going to cost a lot of Team TK heroes because now there's 2 dead. There's going to be a 3rd casualty somewhere. Is it Mamang Daya? Is it going to be PMA? The Tiny has to stand back, but the Death Prophet's got no such luxury. So Bob will clean up a double kill. And Ember
I thought he was dead for sure.
The man with almost less last hits than his support Hoodwink.
Yeah.
But is still doing pretty good for himself now with all these kills going his way.
Pretty incredible. The Death Prophet is straight up doubling him up on last hits, but Bob... What a player, honestly. What a guy.
He is unique. He's certainly unique.
Certainly one of the players in the video game. Now Seme taking down the last tier 1 already. This is minute 13. And
Bottom tower
he's going to finish off that tower right now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
This is prime Team Tough right here. If anybody was worrying or wondering during the last game, like, why is this woman so on about the team that is clearly going to lose this one? It's because of games like this. Tsukimoto, mega kill on the board right now. He's going to finish off his Maelstrom in short order. Seme, 10 more seconds for the Primal Split, can do nothing to defend his Bedrider there, but they are just diving, knowing that Krish is very unlikely to join here.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's just getting from bad to worse. I mean, it's 17-4 already, 13 minutes in. They've really awoken the beast here. Yeah, Bob, cleaning some dust. This is exactly what it is, you know, getting the rust out of his system.
Mm-hmm.
It also involves some dust, you know. Game 1 didn't quite go their way, but Game 2 is definitely a showing of what Team Tough can do when they're at their best. But also, is this what we've seen from Team TK when they're at their worst?
It is entirely possible that that this is not just Team Tough peaking, but also definitely Team TK not quite getting things to connect. But that's what Team Tough is good at, isn't it? They will run at you. You will constantly be second guessing yourself, and you won't have too much time to think because you have another assault right in front of your faces. It's just not going to stop. Seme is going to have a pipe very soon. And that's going to embolden Bob even more, and he's already insufferable right now. I say that fondly.
Yeah, I think that's a kind way to put it. Well, what we know from... I mean, have you ever heard how much me and Harry have been talking about Bob back in our casts?
I mean, certainly not as much as you have, let's put it that way.
Because
Because
Harry really brought in that enthusiasm to me about this player called Bob. I think it was like 2 years ago. And I've been keeping a keen eye open on this guy.
Look at this
He certainly is a character, but... you know, seems like so is the so-called Team Tough proving to be living up to their name versus Team TK.
Oh, and this JG is getting found right now, and he's only halfway to his Blink Dagger.
Quick TP out.
Missed. The missed change from Bob, like, it would have, of course, looked really cool if he got him in the trees right there, but since he didn't and he showed vision of that to JG, that means that the Mars can TP out safely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
TP to where, though? To where everybody else is farming.
Yeah, looks like another one. Another one is about to go down, but is it the Brewmaster?
Well, might be Seme.
And we'll take down Seme instead. So Mamang Daya with the boys. They rally for a kill. Now they need to get a quick kill before they're going to have to spend time running away. They're getting worn down the longer this chase goes, and immediately recognizing that this is not good for us. We're going to lose the Phoenix without getting the Supernova off, and Krish is going in on Bob. Bob might just die here, but a nice Sunder. However, it's just a nice Sunder. It's not a great Sunder because he's still dead. And JG is the one to clean up that that pot for himself. So up to 5,400 gold now. Of course, they're both still behind this support hoodwink. Tsukimoto, 15 KDA on a Squirrel. And make it 16 KDA on the Squirrel.
Slapping him down.
He's about to get past the Battle Fury Troll.
I really did not want to hear you say that, but you know what? It's true.
Know, friends will tell you the truth.
Yeah, even when you really don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
Oh, Mamang Daya.
From the DP, but you know, if there's Bob there has to be a Tsukimoto around too.
Joined at the hip. At this point,
Radiant's top tower
I'm not sure what you do here as TK. You get one lucky break in the fact that the troll pops a battle trance, you immediately get the chop down Bob. That man is irrepressible. He just comes right on back, and you have to go back to hoping they'll give you another opportunity like that. They're farming around this tier 1 bottom right now because they know that if they actually go for it, if they show, they're going to get annihilated.
Dire's middle tower is
I'd rather
under
be
attack.
quiet,
Dire's middle tower
be
has
still,
fallen.
let your mid tower fall to 423, who has been farming your triangle like it is his own.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
talking about
tower is under
annihilation could also mean the end of your tournament run. Your whole circuit run might just come to a close. Team Tough, they've got games to play for. They're gonna get to play the top European and the South American teams with their past success here in the previous circuits. We will be seeing Team Tough. We will be seeing Bob and the boys in Turbia. It'll be exciting to see the boys in LAN.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it does look like the side of Team TK.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Are
under
they at the
attack.
same caliber as Execration?
Is under attack.
This series will pretty much tell us all we need.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower
It's not even down to the grand finals anymore. I think this is the real, like you said at the start of the pre-studio. This pretty much is a grand finals in its own sense.
This is where you beat the toughest opponent, and then in the finals, that's where you go to defeat yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with that assessment. That's how I also see it. Say,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
bit of a chase here. Missing that Q
He
from
just
Mamang
lives too
Daya
long.
might be a bit costlier than they thought. Gonna have to use a defensive Yules and a defensive Spear to keep Bob at bay, but Bob is relentless.
One more remnant, my man. Great guess, though. Excuse me, that's not a guess. There's some words there. No. I think the split off is... Well, talking about split off. Split spent in the mid lane.
Yep, and another kill. To be honest, I did not
and down.
expect such an early shard on the TB. We have been seeing, I've been hearing this seal coming off a couple times.
Is under attack.
No,
Maybe
this
this
is...
part of his build now.
No, it's definitely part of the TB build right now, because this is farm speed in the jungle. And this is how these TBs accelerate their farm to the point where, you know, he is at 12k net worth right now, which is not just him being a really good farmer, but also
Dire's bottom
Team Tough
tower
in
is
general
under attack.
absolutely mopping the floor
Yeah.
with TK this game.
I mean, it works with the facet, right? Because it changes everything
It does,
to
yes.
HP cost, so you get HP regen, allowing you to spawn more illusions and do all those
exactly.
nice buffs in the jungle. Makes sense. I guess I'm still getting used to it.
No, and I enjoy this greatly because I think a lot of heroes should still be buying their shards instead of waiting until they get it. And for TB, it's just so core to his farm speed that they will always shell out for it. Basically, as soon as it's available.
Yeah. 1,400 gold item, not bad. Now, also Brew and Hoodwink also get their own shards. Brew bought his, and Tsukimoto is
Radiant's
given a
middle
gift
tower is under attack.
from the Tormentor.
Great one to get for a Hoodwink who already has a Gleipnir. The damage output of Tsukimoto, he's now...
They're stacking up with
confirmed.
Seimei. And all they need is to just kill him during this duration. Is the pipe enough to keep him alive? No, it's not. EMA, though, he's dragged in with the lasso. Phoenix does have Supernova, but they're too low to try and protect them. Maybe he pops it at the back line, but Mamang Daya just pretty much dies to a level 2 sharpshooter. That is 900 max damage. And pretty much just takes away a level 2 exorcism with ease. That's a bloody strong bolt.
And now 423 is on your high ground. And this is... He just has a Manta Saw and a BKB, but at this point in the game, that makes him basically unassailable. Grish is coming in. Separate the TB out.
Well, I feel like this is a bit of a desperation play now, Krish. He does have the Ags up, but he's fighting TB Illusions. Getting healed up by the Phoenix? Well, I wouldn't exactly say healed because he's outrunning the laser. And he's just kited to death.
That looked quite awkward. Tossing the TB to the side, but not leaving anybody for like a good opportunity for the troll to start laying into somebody without teammates nearby. Yeah. I think it's all over but the crying.
Kind of talks volumes about how much they fear this Team Tough lineup at this moment because they don't have a whole lot to fight with. And now with their base in shambles this early on, yeah, you know, Bob, we get the message already. It is in good faith though. Yeah, this is a pub game. This is a pub game.
You don't flame somebody you actually dislike this much. I want to be very clear with our viewers here.
Yeah, if you say flame, it's like one message per game, and it's at the last moment when they can't reply, and it's like in the middle of the GG calls.
Yeah.
If they bounce this much, they know each other well enough to do it. And this is Bob, you know. This is just this is for our eyes appeal. This is for the entertainment value for the audience. There, I mean, we're enjoying it.
It is.
I hope all the people watching are also.
This is
one
final
potential
attempt. Got him.
Fight here.
Is
That's
he gonna
one down.
He doesn't have Remnant.
Yeah, Remnants are still on cooldown, but he did have one active, and he's quite far away from the rest of the team, but he might be able to join in now.
Okay.
JG is dead. Phoenix is dying. Bob's gonna finish him off. And that leaves Krish all by himself. He's got an Exalt, but what good will that do to him?
Yeah.
When he's got no friends around.
I thought that Remnant was too far away, but, well, if you've got the enemy on the retreat already.
So bored.
Yeah, nothing to worry about when you have more damage than they do. There are no real damage items on the side of Team TK, so they're not built for these quick engagements.
Absolutely not. This was supposed to be a Death Prophet game. You stand around her, you enjoy the fact that you have that morning ritual that she's very hard to kill with the damage reduction. But, you know, especially if you don't reach level 2 on your exorcism fast enough, you are ignorable in these team fights. And we saw that happen earlier on where Mamang Daya fought a full fight with an exorcism and Team TK just danced around him the entire time.
Yeah, and both her crowd controllers were in a lane that was losing very hard.
Double melee versus a Bat Rider. Pain, suffering. And now you're 2 racks down.
Running low on Philo stone stacks as well on this tiny, so it's only a short relief of gold going his way. Roche is already down to 4k HP, and TK is only now making their way towards Krish. Charging in on the front. This might just be if Troll goes in too fast. Troll's gonna get controlled and killed, and then the rest of the pack shows up. But Roche is already down, and they got themselves a hoodwink with a BKB, just walking away from an arena. I think it's safe to say that that was pretty much it then.
It was.
JG is shot in the back with a crossbow bolt. The Phoenix Sun might be able to take down 423's Aegis. He is going down for the first time. Lasso used on Krish to kite the battle trance. No roots are connecting though. There goes Lord Boons. There should go Mamang Daya down as well. PMA is being killed in the trees. Krish will get Say, but that's just one kill into the mix. Krish will try to teleport away, and actually just try. But Hoodwink Bushwhack was still on cooldown, so he found an opening to get away. They got the Aegis out, they got the Metamorph out.
TK, that's as good of a fight as you're going to get, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, really can't be mad at that. Yes, this is the end. Well, you're going to live for another Metamorphosis cooldown, I think. 423, not very keen on walking up the high ground without it. He's not feeling like playing the slow chip game there, I think. I'm going to wait a second, look for another pick off, have Bob search the battlefield for some stragglers. Tsukimoto 9-0-17 in this game. One of the most devastating hoodwink performances. I mean, the reason that it doesn't feel that devastating is because his team has been winning so hard. He hasn't been the factor that seemed to make the difference, at the very least. We've had Bob in the front lines all this time, never hitting creeps, only hitting heroes. A real Bob experience. But still, 9-0-17. Woof.
Yeah, this has been a fun game for Tsukimoto, and I know the times when I see Tsukimoto get his hands on a hoodwink, I know we're in for a good game. This is no exception to that. This is another great performance once again. The final moments for TK in this game number 2 are on their hands, with this Death Prophet being lassoed in through that BKB. Yule's up for a second, but that is also purged away.
Good egg.
We'll be able to get a couple stuns out, but still no change. No change in their survivability here. They're bringing in the buybacks. They are finally getting to deal a bit of damage, but at the same time, Team Tough is just cleaning them out one after the other. And there's your GG call. We're going to a game 3.
No, I think this series was only ever going to go to a game 3. I don't see a world where TK takes a 2-0 over Team Tough. They just haven't had 2 bad games in a row yet, I think, since I've seen them start this series of tournaments. And this was a performance and a half. Team TK really stepped on their toes with that game 1 win. So I'm glad to see the Team Tough that I know maybe a little bit more boisterous than normal with Bob. Certainly somebody should disable his enter key.
Nah, I mean, just let him do it. You know, I'm happy Bob's out there. Giving up, someone's got to do the entertainment value. Someone's got to be the banterous one. I remember a Finnish streamer once said at one point that, you know, traditional broadcasts and stuff are boring as hell. People need to be banterous and stuff. And I disagreed with it for such a long time because the way it's sometimes brought out is, you know, the completely wrong context, the completely wrong way. But when you start to get familiar with Bob, you start to get the gist of it, and you start to enjoy the show. So I think it's great that we have him here. And performing 39,000 hero damage, easily above anybody else in this game. Of course, the 10-0-21 performance on the Hoodwink with a 31 KDA. That is also applaudable by Tsukimoto. And we got a game 3 in our hands. So, Kips, I think without further ado, we have a long day ahead of us. Let's take a tiny break and be back for the deciding game of our first playoff series.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And off we go. Once again, it is Game 3 time. Team Tough and Team TK. We're going to say either goodbye to one team for the entire circuit, or we're going to have to say goodbye to a team that is already going to be going to the land. So we're only going to say a short farewell and see them again in a couple months. But, you know, if you're a Team TK fan, you know what's at stake. You have to win this one. You have to win the grand finals, and then you're going to get to play some more Dotes for an even bigger prize pool. And Team Tough is, of course, already through, but they're playing for their honors. They're playing for this particular tournament's prize pool, an extra paycheck. It is a 50k tournament after all, 25k on the line for the victor. So big money up for grabs. But of course, you know, Team TK, they've got bigger fish to fry. If you want to put it that way, but you know, you got to fry this hell of a tough fish that just stomped you in game number 2. Things have to change.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that everybody can see that move coming, right? You have Mamang Daya on a Death Prophet. The goal is to keep the Ember Spirit down, but they are not actually ready for Team Tough to read that like a book. And it's not a particularly hard book, right? It is a little bit of Dr. Seuss level Dota there. It's like, okay, fine, they're gonna pressure in with the Death Prophet. Why don't we simply make sure that they don't get one up over our mid laner and he actually just gets to play the game? And you suddenly have an entirely different situation. And there was really, when you do have a Death Prophet on mid, you are completely limited to taking over through pressure. And as soon as you can't stand your ground anymore, as soon as you pop that exorcism defensively, your rhythm is off. And, well, Team Tough definitely knows how to capitalize on that.
And it was quite easy to play the game when both side lanes started to crumble. They could send more reinforcing to their Ember Spirit down mid. They got the kill on Mamang Daya pretty much under their own T1 tower. And that's where it started to slide. That, well, we were winning 2 lanes, now we're winning 3 lanes. That, I think, is a pretty much of a recipe for disaster very early on in the game for Team Tough. If one lane starts to crumble, the other one is also doing just as badly in the early starting minutes of the game. It's like, well, can our mid carry this game for us? I've only seen a couple where a DP or a Queen of Pain have been able to turn the tide somehow, but just alone as a Death Prophet, the case is just what we saw. You get kited. That's where all of your potential disappears.
And Team Tough have just removed that pesky Nyx assassin so that they can play their Enchantress in peace. Definitely think that the Nyx and the threat of the Nyx were part of what slowed them down so much. Apart from the fact that you're not necessarily going to win fights already and you know it, and you're going into things like a Mars that punish you so very heavily.
Well, Enchantress Tiny. looks like we're not changing too many things around here. Our first phase and for our first phase bans haven't really changed except for the Nyx Assassin being removed by Team Tough.
Dire team ban.
And I think, you know, we've seen enough of Ember for now. Are we getting back to the Bob Storms?
Storms, the
or
pucks.
Bob, or Bob Puck.
Big Bob puck enjoyer here. And I'm sure Mamangaya would also like to show off some more plays, because what happened to him in that previous game, that would be such a sad game to play.
5 seconds remaining.
Death Prophet behind, and you're not even like a Razor behind, where at least like, okay, but if they give me like 10 minutes, I'm gonna farm faster than anybody in this game can. I'll just have, you know, I'll have a BKB, I'll bring a Sanjin Yasha up, something like that. I'll just be right back into the middle. Death Prophet is just like, no, I'm behind. I'm now gonna inch my way towards a Yule Scepter, and then hopefully I get to live next time. Please.
Yeah, I love the emphasis on the word hopefully.
Yeah.
Because it's not what you're aiming for, right? But it's something that you just have to suffice to.
Dire team pick.
And we
3
are
games?
still going with the JG Mars. He's just hard locked into this hero now. He has had 2 games in a row. His first arena spear combo has
10
failed.
seconds remaining.
Third time does the charm. I hope
Yeah,
it does,
perhaps.
because they're going to need him online. They're going to need this Mars with them ASAP. And again, both of your crowd controllers are, at the moment, again, looking like they're going into the same lane. They had the Nyx Mars, they had the Tiny Mars. Now it could be, again, another Tiny Mars. I would really advise maybe Team TK to have a 5 with a stun or a 1 with a stun.
Dire team
Krish's 1s with a stun have been the Sven, the DK, the Lena. And he has played like 5, 6, 7 different heroes that don't have a stun in their caliber. So could you maybe put that in your support position? Maybe
10
add,
seconds
say,
remaining.
a Grimstroke with like an Instigate, for example. Pretty good versus the Terrorblade. You get Dark Portrait Illusion going your way. It's an idea. Doesn't do great versus Ench, though. But
Does not, but the Grim is also very good against most of Bob's hero pool. None of them particularly like taking off that Phantom's Embrace, and of course the lockdown
10
of the
seconds
ult is
remaining.
fantastic against any of those pesky, slippery buggers that he likes to play. The early TB though, like this is, even for Team Tough, that is quite aggressive drafting. But they saw the same as you did. They're like, that lane, TB is going to be doing great here. We won this previously, especially now that he's got an Ench in his pocket as well. They're really telling Team TK that they should not be putting the Tiny in this lane. If they stick with that, if this does not go to Mamangaya, if this does not go to the, there comes the bat then. So for sure, surely you're going to get yourself a safe lane support Tiny here, or a mid. I don't see how you go into this TB otherwise.
yeah, I agree. I think the lane has already been seen how it works out, and it's not good for Team TK to necessarily put these two heroes together. And if they do, I think the big issue really was the Bat Rider that made that lane so difficult as it was. It was Say's Bat that just destroyed the Tiny. It allowed the Terrorblade to get extra punches in, and not even Metamorph punches. We literally talked about the reflection damage, which was slow. You have Bat with a slow. You had a Blood Grenade, which is another slow. You cross a threshold, and with 0 armor, any damage starts to feel bad. But
10 seconds remaining.
I do hope we're looking at a support Muerta.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think if we go carry Muerta, which is great versus Terrorblade, don't get me wrong here, I think it takes too long to get online. Team Tough just showed the tempo they can play with a Terrorblade carry that does not need to wait for his items in the jungle when the whole team is on a roll. You talked about the Death Ball in Game 1. they can bring a late game carry in game 2, activate early. They can definitely do it with a lineup like this in game 3 as well. So I do hope it's a Mars Muerta lane. We have a Bat 5 with either Tiny 1 or Tiny 2.
Tiny 1 versus the Terrorblade seems like a very tough proposition. I don't think you feel secure in your ability to take that towards the late game at all.
Not necessarily. I mean, Conda Tree one-shots Terrorblade pre-BKB. Which you can hit as a timing. But also
you get a window, definitely.
Yeah, you definitely got a window. It also helps you kill the Ench.
Yeah.
And they
But you can do
the
that from
Dazzle,
mid.
so they might actually think Tiny or Muerta is the carry here and decide to team tough with this Dazzle ban.
Securing the mid lane.
Yep, he has played the Dazzle mid before in this tournament,
Yeah.
so...
Devastatingly so. That is another way that he has abused an Ember Spirit. Also did that to Ascent, won that one. It was just a rough series for Suki, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Mamang Daya just had it out for him. But yeah, the Tiny Carry and the Muerta Carry both present different problems here. Agreed with that. The Muerta, not fast enough. The Tiny Carry, you're going to get your window. You will. But does it last? And I think that means you go towards mid, and I do think that the Pango pick right here is...
Yeah. And I do want to emphasize, when I say Muerta does take too long, is the fact that she does nothing in the laning stage, as a core, that is. Defenseless, low damage, low HP, slow movement speed. It's not even a glass cannon. It's just weak. It's literally just weak. You will lose your tower very fast. That's why banning Ascent gives me the incentive that they're thinking Muerta should be played as a carry. And as I said before, I will say it again, I think it does have its perks. It's really good versus the Terrorblade, but the laning stage is abysmal. And I think that could cost you too much if you look at what happened in Game 2. They lost their side lanes, and the game was over like very, very quickly. They don't want to end up in that same situation. These are two really good bans, though. Two tanky guys, two tanky pushers, heroes that have freedom over a hero that doesn't do too much against them in the early game.
Yeah. I could see Seimei saying, alright, fine, I go with another Brewmaster here. Because certainly early on it's going to be making the Muerta's ability to join fights absolutely impossible. You're going to do great in the lane. Of course, later on, once the Muerta has all of her area right-click up, the Brewmaster melts to her. So that would definitely be a hero on a timer versus her. Oh, and it's banned. Never mind. What's actually left in the offlane pool here? That's a lot of bans.
Well, Seimei, Darkseer has been changed a bit, but it's not a bad game for it.
Still
has the
not
hero
the worst.
completely fallen off grace?
Or you could do a Seimei thing and grab... No. We're going for the Pango. Okay,
Pango and the Puck. All right. If Muerta's the carry they want to bring in, Pango is good in that lane. So Pango 3, who these days beats quite a lot of matchups, it's not a bad game for a Pango 3. If this was a couple patches back, I would have been heavily against offlane Pango. But now with all the changes to the hero, I feel like Pango 3 is actually really good.
Bloody double jump, man. What an ability.
Yeah, just the double jump, but also the full-on physical.
Yeah.
I think the damage change from magical to physical really saved Pango's game. But we do
And now
get the
Team
Bob
TK.
Puck. We were hoping this hero to be picked already in Phase 1.
And this is a decently free puck game. Like, you have to watch out for the lasso. Oh, okay. So, carry
Mid
Muerta?
Rubik?
Yeah,
Mamang Daya, are you giving it? Oh, okay.
No.
Mid Tiny, and it is the carry Muerta for Krish. Alright, so the carry-to-carry matchup is good for TK.
Eventually.
Mid matchup, well, it's It's slightly puck favored. I guess you could put it that way. Both are still going to farm.
Yes.
But a Rubik into this match? Well, there's a Pango out there. You needed some support with a stun. Again, JG and PMA both have the stuns in the lane, but now they're not locked in. Everyone has some source of crowd control.
Yes. One of the
which
important
helps in the
things.
laning stage.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things with the Rubik here is if you ask me to pick a support last here that has an instant disable versus the puck, I think you go Rubik. You go in for the lift, and then you follow up with a lasso, you follow up with a toss, an avalanche, a spear. Any of those spells become so much better now that there is a Rubik in the game. So it's not necessarily about this being a good game for a Rubik, it's about this being a very good game for the telekinesis lift.
Yeah, very high-value hero to use it on, definitely. I do like the adjustment from Team TK. But what I worry, again, is how does this laning stage go for the side lanes? I think we've already seen how mid can go back and forth. Again, it's a coin toss. You pick your winner. Is it Mamang Daya or is it Bob? The viewer, you can even decide yourself. It can go either way round. But Team TK's side lanes showed a big weakness last game, and they hopefully addressed it with this draft. I think they did. Now you have... your safe lane is reinforced a bit. Then again, saying that out loud and with all my points on Muerta, I feel like I'm a hypocrite. but I think if you can exit the laning stage with nobody dying, that's a win for Team TK. And I think Team Tough needs to find some early kills.
That's going to be harder for them on the bot lane as well. Rubik, the damage reduction versus a DB. Always very nice. I think JG is also there. So Team Tough, not as easy for them to simply snowball the game out based on the lanes alone.
But who is going to the grand finals, Kips? Who's deserved? Who's earned it more? Team TK with the grind or Team Tough? I know you're going to say Team Tough very likely, but is there a way that Team TK could earn it? Maybe here through a first blood? And maybe even more. Who's the one to drop first? Batrider's pretty low. So is the Ench. So is the Hoodwink. JG, Krish, and Mamang Daya on the chase. All the cores on the side of Prism on the high ground position. Nobody dies.
Overprotective Wisps, man. What a spell. What a way to start. I mean, starting off with the heal for the Ench, of course, you're not the happiest about that. Does impact your ability to harass on a level 1, especially because, much like with the Batrider, you are counting on the double slow here normally from the enchant plus the reflection to deal some solid damage. You don't have that available to you now.
Still battling it out there in the river. PMA dropping quite low. Bob 4-2-3 Seimei 3 cores versus a support, and the support will live. Yet again, so no deaths on either side. Rubik is going to have to start his laning stage a tad bit weaker than he had hoped. While on the other end, Ench and Hoodwink didn't need to use any teleports to regenerate themselves back to full HP to start the lane.
Did burn through a little bit of the regen on the Ench, but, you know, especially with the heal picked up first. Whatever. So, mid lane. Gonna be a lot less pressure from Mamang Daya this time around. He's going to win this automatically, basically. Bob's gonna, you know, do his thing, farm, but you're not going to outlast hit a Tiny with a puck. You're not gonna kill a Tiny with a puck unless the Tiny severely misplays. Mamang Daya should be able to get his levels quite easily and then start looking for rotations with the runes, which is the one thing that the puck is, of course, better at securing. So expect the supports to come in for those.
Muerta starting off pretty strong in terms of CS in the early last hits. Muerta does have that good capability of pumping up Gunslinger if required. Right now, not needed any extra points. Or
She's
at
good.
least
She's
at
got
early
nice
point, you
range.
just don't need it right now. But these are two heroes. Like, if they end up in positions to be punished, Seimei has to pop that big magic stick heal. But
And
is it
even that-
still going to be enough? I think it's just gone. Krish will get the first blood. The things that the support Batriders do to make a soft carry suddenly look really good.
Yeah. Lord Boone's turning the joke around on Team Tough's like, hello, we're the only ones that picked Batrider? Not anymore, you're not. Seimei really putting the hurt on.
Yeah. They tried to push the wave or kill the wave so that Seimei would miss out on experience, and they really went all in on that. So Seimei's like, well, let's try and fight back when we still have the moment here. But it comes at the cost of their Hoodwink dying. And now they're down to half HP. Hoodwink is TPing back in. Nice, Krish. Really good dead shot there.
Clever.
Well timed, well planned. He knew exactly where it was coming from.
This man has played some Huerta. You can feel it.
Meanwhile, in the mid matchup is exactly as planned, so we're just gonna keep a lookout on bottom as Tsukimoto takes down Lord Boons and a split kill. Solo experience though for the Muerta there on the kill on the Hoodwink. Krish already rocking 2 points in dead shot, but
Structures are fortified.
at least he's got that early null talisman for the mono region. Otherwise, you cannot spam dead shot. Very, very costly spell. Even the calling, 30-second cooldown, 145 mana.
Bob is bringing everything right now.
Oh, he should and he will, but Bob, I think he's still dead. Still,
Bob on another level today.
that's the Bob puck we wanted to see.
Incredible. Like, you'd think Mamang Daya pissed in his shoes this morning or something, and he's just... I've never seen a man this mad over a game that, for them, really is just, you know, should be another Tuesday, right? I love this energy. So, surprisingly enough, it's not the the side lanes currently. Where
Yeah, a
there
bit
was
of
action
a how
taken.
turn the tables.
No, Mamang Daya now definitely needing to be careful to not have this happen to him again. And the supports are quite tied up at the moment, so as I said, I wonder if we are actually going to see the supports come in on level 6 right now, because there's
PMA
pressure
is
on
in
the side
danger.
lanes.
Yeah, PMA is big danger there, but even with, you know, Thunderclap, 25% movement slow, Enchant, an extra 40% movement slow, Reflection, an extra 20% movement slow, but Rubik Lift is just too strong. You toss away the biggest scary target, which is the Metamorph Terrorblade, and you're gonna be alright.
Why is Bob under Mamang Daya's tower again, huh?
That's Bob. But is
Yeah,
he dead?
well, yeah, he should be. No.
Maybe. Nice jukes there from Bob.
Bored.
No, you're not. You're having the time of your life.
Oh, PMA. It's like, I'm not done with you yet. I got boots, you don't.
I think he's done now, though, but that's really good vision to leave behind. And since Bob didn't get eyes on PMA anymore, he doesn't know where the ward is going to have gone after PMA gets back into vision on top lane. Sei is going to take a golem into the mid lane, yeah. Rubik wants to help secure this rune. Tsukimoto moving in as well.
They're
So
not making a
regen.
play happen in bottom. They're keeping the Batrider parked there to protect versus the Pangolier. Meanwhile, PMA looks like Rubik is going to be done for. Bob just needs another orb, but Sei, he might just finish it off by himself with another enchant cast. And the Golem takes a smack at Rubik. Meanwhile, Seimei, well, they're a bit late for this play now because Seimei is already back to safety. Tsukimoto is here. So a kill for Team Tough. And also the, well, they got the deny in the region rune, so it's away from Bob. Meanwhile, bottom lane, again, Russian continues to mount.
Sammy burns.
That sure does a lot of damage.
Radiant are scanning.
But Tsukimoto is now starting to gear up.
Yeah, he geared up quite a lot last game, didn't he? He was like, let's jump this hoodwink. What? He has a BKB? It's like, what is that?
Walks out of the arena.
Have you ever seen a golden suit squirrel?
This was... I mean, I have seen it before once or twice, but you know, normally at 50 minutes, not at 30.
Yeah, I feel like I've never actually seen a golden squirrel, but that was probably one of the first times. And so early on as well, it's like,
Yeah.
wait, what? Okay, sure, he has that. You do you. You go, girl.
Proper scucks. Proper scucks. Level 6s on the side lanes coming up very soon.
Rish is trying to get close to Lord Boons. This is the dead shot. That might have otherwise been a potential kill.
Mid, coil, all the dire supports are here.
It's a very tanky tiny, sure. But even he can't tank forever. Bob should be able to orb away if he needed to. Yeah, doesn't actually even need to. Now here comes 423.
423s here.
Talk about the 4 heroes mid. Who types it first into chat? Question mark. I think that was Seimei just providing it for him.
Yeah. And this is... Everybody knows I've got a Team Tough bias. This is exactly the reason why. Just, hello, casual level 5 Terrorblade in your lane.
Oh,
Congratulations, your mid dies. And now Tsukimoto with the rotation. Yeah. Team Tough.
It's a 3-on-1 at the moment. Ench is here. They're gonna go in. Mamang Daya. He gets surrounded there by a rolling boulder into or a rolling thunder into the bushwhack, and Say will slow him down when needed to. Seimei's gonna clean him up. And your TPs are late. Muerta has just respawned. He misses the dead shot. And they're gonna go straight for the Muerta. Good calling coming in between with the Pierce the Veil. But the damage is not quite enough to break through Seimei. Here comes JG. This time he will not miss the Arena Spear combination. And Bob just walked into a lasso.
Great punish.
Great punish indeed. And I have to say, I almost expected that to happen because it's Bob Puck. And I'm not disappointed. He's giving him a bit of a laugh. That, yeah. He literally showed up and he's like, I'm helping and I'm lassoed and I'm dead.
Yeah.
All started with let's kill Muerta as she TPs in, but I've been talking to you about this so many times.
This is your hobby horse.
Finally, I got my moment. The team reacted to that second teleport, or that second life teleport, and they turn it around. Love it.
Hey, JG had that arena burning a hole in his pocket, right?
Come on, sprites.
Now overbreak the wisp. Can Say make them overstay? This Muerta's low. Oh, these dead shots.
Just need to find them first, but that will be enough. The shield crash AoE is way too big.
But Bob
okay,
dies off screen.
Is it worth anymore? I mean, Bob's just dead again.
I thought he was the main character. Instead, he heals over.
Reincarnation loop, huh?
Yeah. Stuck in Groundhog Day until he can figure out how to not die on bottom tower. Muerta back again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I think all of the posturing is ended for now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And in position. It's too costly for Team TK to sit around, keep several cores on the bottom tower anymore. They're gonna have to let it go now. But they got a lot of mileage out of that defense. 2 puck kills especially, and now Bob under pressure in mid. Still out-leveling the Tiny, though.
Yeah. Still had a big impact on this puck with the couple moves that he was able to make. Especially when Muerta was able to get that early kill going her way. That is a very valuable experience. But then again, the Pierce the Veil early on, the dead shot didn't quite connect. Doesn't matter, they still got the job done with PMA, a level 6 shield crash picked up on the Rubik.
Good Radiant Vision in this jungle as well. This is so important to make sure that you can intercept.
Mars Arena in top as well. 4-2-3 is inside it. And waiting with the spear to clean out that final kill. And they just need a bit more damage, and they've got it with an 80 rune up on the Tiny. Mamang Daya takes this one, and now a coil used in mid as they're diving the tier 1 tower. Nice flame break to keep Tsukimoto and Sei at bay. Bob coming in from the side. Rubik, sharpshooter duel. We got it. One sharpshooter to another sharpshooter. Sei, Lord Boons both dead. PMA trying to dodge Seimei and Bob. Just got the Fade Bolt out, but he is running out of HP and he's running out of hope because there's nobody coming to save him.
Well, the interceptors were already top used in killing off the Terrorblade, so yeah, that's going to cost you a bunch of damage onto that mid tower, but you bought a lot of time.
Yeah, and JG is trying to buy even more time. Keep this tower up and running. Mamang is not coming though, and neither is nobody else. It's a 1 versus 4. You're gonna have to let this one go.
Middle tower has fallen.
Still, if you're Team TK, the situation could be a lot worse right now. Team Tough have been running at you since minute 7 when that Terrorblade suddenly showed up in mid. And you're not that far behind on anybody. Muerta and JG comfortably near the top of the board. Of course, you haven't been, like, you've been completely distracted away from 423. Not have time to even look in his direction apart from the 1 kill you got on top. Everything else has just been him farming.
Again, more aggression coming down mid. They're worried about this Enchantress though because they don't have anything against her. PMA is getting bullied by Bob and Seimei all the way to death. Team Tough will find another pick off there as they finished off the T1 tower moments ago.
And this is Bob comfortably making his way to the Witchblade. Sometimes you see pucks having trouble contributing before that extra little damage push shoves him over the top. But Bob has already been a menace. And he now has hit
and
his
he's continuing to
damage
do
item.
so.
Yeah, GG.
That is a round. But
good cut.
see the Centaur just, you know, running out of nowhere towards him. It's like, yeah. Where's that puck, by the way? I haven't seen him in a while.
Something's fishy. No, he was fully alert and ready to quell down that tree.
Radiant are scanning.
Meanwhile, Sei is busy building an own skeleton army of his own. He's able to take down a kill in top off of the Hoodwink. Sei's just waiting for the lane to push deep in so that he can send his setter and this entire skeleton warrior army towards the target. Of course, they're literally, as I say, army, they're expiring. Some of them are dying.
And this move wasn't really fast enough.
TP's
Top tower
coming in
is
already.
dead.
They see
Yep.
what's happening. They see what's happening here. Bob is spotted. Sharpshooter by PMA. Oh, he misses it. And now Krish actually gets to throw 3 hits on Bob and might just get a solo kill. Well,
It's gonna be a
Bob,
bonus.
you are going to give quite a lot away here. This Muerta's enjoying every single kill that she can get. And Sei, you're a bit late for the party, my friend. Krish picks up a double kill that gives almost 1,000 net worth for Krish himself. And this is money that you shouldn't even be giving away to a hero that is that's just completely out of the game for now. That's just the Maelstrom Muerta, whose job is to just farm the jungle camps, maybe show up if some aggression is happening. You play this Muerta like an anti-mage. You join a fight that you know that you can win. And they're just walking straight up to this Muerta to be killed. And it's very counterproductive.
Yes, it is. Maybe feeling the pressure just a little bit of that late game matchup versus Terrorblade, where you have 423 is absolutely winning the farm war for now, but he was winning it a lot harder before they started giving kills to this Muerta. It's the one situation where she's comfortable standing her ground.
Yeah, I mean, a TB should always beat a Muerta, but now with just 1,000 gold margin between the two at 17 minutes, this is a really farmed Muerta now. Those 2 kills, they might come to haunt Team Tough later on. Bob getting caught again, but the silence doesn't connect from Krish. If it did, JG could have followed up for a spear, and Bob would have died again.
He would have. I mean, I'm just impressed with how much Bob has been dying, how high his farm is still as well. He is doing just fine in this game, is still way ahead of Mamang Daya.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been higher.
Yeah. Could have been right next to his TB, I imagine, but
That's history now. Does get a lot harder for the puck to get back in. You suddenly don't dictate the tempo. You don't set the rules.
Enchantress gameplay.
It is so intriguing, isn't it?
And yeah, little mech action. Oh, hey, I have another Nature's Attendance. Okay, finally. 4 heroes for 25 seconds, 30. That is value. Value like casinos, dang discount stores. Big yellow sign, neon pink letters on top, all caps, value.
And it's not a scam.
No. No, this time it's not a scam.
Yeah, you better take that deal. Tiny also has Phylactery Conda lined up next here. We're not going to get a pre-BKB on the TB, though. But this will help you clean up the Ench. Extra damage for crash landing. That also
Krish is a little
Phylactery.
isolated.
It's very nice. Krish is quite deep, too, yeah.
But they don't believe it, and they don't commit hard enough, so this backup would have been late. Now instead cuts off the retreat.
Rolling Thunder almost used. Lasso drop, keeping the Pango up on the cliff. Seimei. He's got nowhere to go. Rubik just steals his ult right away. PMA waiting for his chance to turn. He's going in. Ulti on ulti action. Krish is dead. Lord Boons is dead as well. PMA is trying to mitigate, or at least do some kind of damage control. The TK, I don't know what the plan was.
You see an enemy hero stuck up on a cliff, you think, oh, that's a one fight for me, and instead it puts you in a very committed to a very awkward situation indeed, especially with a Rubik rolling around that was not ready to lift and set up on the puck counter initiation.
Can I just say it?
Yeah.
With the hoodwink in the game of all games, they were set in a bamboozled state.
Yeah, they bamboozled themselves, I think. There was some bamboozling, for sure. And just like that, for 23, BKB finished, solidly pulled away from Krish's net worth once again.
Nice steal from Bob there too. He just nabbed that shield rune in front of 2 heroes sitting in the river. Seimei takes a bit of damage from the Tormentor, recognizing that, alright, Team TK, we know where you are. This is honest work. Takes a while, but they'll get the job done. And they'll get a reward for that.
Yeah. I was arguing with Harry about this. Which shard on support is worse? The one for the Bat Rider or the one for the Tiny? Tough choice, isn't it?
It is a bit, right? Because I've played core Bat Rider and you need to have shard in that build.
Yeah.
So
100%.
If I look at the tiny one, the tiny one is also pretty interesting, right? Because if you already have the tree in your hand and you pick up the shard, it doesn't work. You have to discard the tree first to get the active effects of it.
Lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, we got green versus red here. Red continues to roll in straight on top of Mamang Daya.
There's no blink.
And slow, 100 movement speed. Trying to make a run for it. Dead shot from the side by Krish. Krish makes himself known with that. Everybody's quite low on the side of Team Tough, or at least the playmakers. So there's that engagement.
GG not with the blink dagger just yet, otherwise he could have delivered a pretty devastating counter there, but has instead finished off the pipe and is working on the blink as we speak. But Mamang Daya too tanky, 2 levels in the grow now.
Yep. Well, now Bombi is much easier to kill.
Yes.
And I love how with all that burst damage, Eng actually had 4 stacks of wisps on her. And they healed for nothing.
Tower is under attack.
So that phylactery is definitely a game changer here for Mamang Daya. The thing is, they did use Arena for a support.
A dead support, arguably.
Under attack.
But that does open up now their ability to go for the Roshan here, and I don't think Team Tough has any interest whatsoever in contesting this.
I mean, they can. There's no Arena.
That is true.
I think that is the big reason they're actually even going for this one. Plus, they have the Zeal on TB, and he has a 9-second BKB. So you're going to be very fast on this one, TK. TB Illusion marching your way.
The moment where the
Spear
TP
comes
was
out. Calling's already placed down. Nice reflection there from 423. This is all going for Team Tough right now. They're feeling very happy to take this fight. Coil on Tiny. Tiny dropping very low on HP. Mamang Daya does get the toss out on his ally, though. And the TB just goes rampant there with his BKB on. Nothing can stop him from doing what he wants. He's taken another one. And they are scrambling on the side of Team TK. Mars, the only thing he can do, just cut a wave. They're going to have to give up this Roshan.
Yeah. I was looking at the map positioning. I thought Team Tough, well, yeah, you have an opening, but you're not doing it. And the moment I'm saying it, which is pretty much the last moment that they can go, oh, hey, rainbow TPs.
Yeah, because you can't push the tier 1 tower because you just use Arena because Team Tough's going to TP to defend it because they have a stronger team fight. But you can't really do Roshan either because the T1 is up because it's such a short distance to close in, and our damage is not high enough to actually finish off Roshan quickly. So I don't think either way they killed that Enchantress. Of course, hindsight-wise, you'd say, yeah, that was not worth it. But it's a kill. It's just that the decision-making after was not good.
Yeah, a little too eager. A little too desperate, perhaps.
It's so hard to make that judgment call in the moment, but I guess you have to understand. You use an Arena, you kill an Enchantress, she's up in 30 seconds. We take this kill, we admit we made a mistake, and we retreat back to farming.
Yep. No, and
but it is such a difficult call to make.
It's really hard, because the mistake has already been made. And
yeah.
you're dealing with a form of denial right there, that you have to cut through immediately as a team, because if you keep hanging on to the fact like, well, but we got the kill anyway, instead of saying, well, but the Arena wasn't worth it, and takes our ability to follow up on this kill off the table. It's usually the mistake has already been made, and the problem is not adjusting to it.
You know, a series of this caliber is all about adjustments. Bob is definitely waking up to this day with a vengeance and still trying to go for the kill on the Bat Rider there. Disappearing for a moment, but still goes back in. Good old puck gameplay. Disappears for a second. Shows up again. Is like, oh, I never left. You thought I did.
No, and I got sight on 2 heroes right now, which means that 4 of my team on the bottom lane are always at a numbers advantage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are pinging out Krish.
They are so fast. That cross-map smoke. Bob does give up the game, though.
Yeah, no guaranteed information. Just a gut feel. Pinging out the wave. At least trying to make sure that this top lane doesn't disappear too far away, because their tier 2, you just have to look at distance. Like, my tier 2 and their tier 2 is it's a very long distance for the creep wave to travel. Want to keep that at a minimum. Pop, beautiful coil onto PMA's in between, though. He's the one who's not coiled up, but he's going to get rooted. He's going to get stunned up in the tree. Bushwhack and the acorn shot doing a sizable amount of damage, but the solar crest is good to have in situations like these. They already silenced up the Muerta, but Tsukimoto is in between, and again they caught a support with their arena. The rest of Team Tough is just watching on top of the high ground position. They got their goggles ready to call in the cavalry. But as the generals as they are, they can just watch and smile.
Yeah. TK looking for another angle in there, because yeah, the coil was down, Rolling Thunder was down. That was their moment to go. You then get the hoodwink. It's the damage. Oh no.
They don't have the coil though, so they're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. But the right-click damage might just be sufficient. Puck quickly jumps out. Bob, he's staying in hiding. Now he has the coil. He gets tossed in the air though. Feared up. Bob gets out with like 250 HP. And he still goes back in, and this time he finishes off Lord Boons. Follow up with a coil. Snaps it on Mamang Daya. And it's orb versus orb. A lot of glittering sounds in the air.
Wow, man. I mean, first he makes some amazing plays there, but then throwing the coil in after, a little overly optimistic. Surely nobody on his team could follow him there. That said, AG. Team Tough are tightening the noose. You don't get to slip past them. You don't get out anymore.
There's a firewall.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the Neo to save TK?
There'd have to be a glitch in the Matrix. Right now, Team Tough, commanding position.
The way you put it, Bob, sometimes is the glitch in the Matrix, but maybe this full game has too far gone now to get to that point, because right now they are just enjoying themselves. Kill after kill after kill. This bat's gonna die too. And suddenly you look at a team wipe, and Bob wants to make sure that he gets all of them. He might just go to the fountain. All right.
Good.
He could, but he's not going to. Blink on cooldown.
It's Octarine.
Team TK was the last out of these 4 teams. I mean, out of these 4 teams, TK was the last one that had a chance to qualify for the LAN. Outcast, I thought they did yesterday, but then I remembered that they didn't actually have enough points compared to Execration, so they could never go through.
No, they did not. The only other team that did have a shot was the other Mongolian guys at IHC. Frisch. Oh, that's yeah.
Oh dear. A bit of a save though. Does buy some time for Pierce the Veil, but where's the damage? Where's the damage? It's not there. It is just not there. Quick coil, cast on the Rubik. Bob. Chasing him for it. 4-2-3, slowing it down with another reflection. And there we go, 2 heroes down. That's going to be the 3rd. And Team TK, their run is coming to an end. Not only in this tournament, but their whole circuit life is coming to a close with such a well-rounded game number 1. But Team Tough, I think they woke up just at the right time.
Yeah, they definitely need a little bit of a wake-up call, and that's I think the first time I've really seen that happen to Team Tough. Normally they've got it in the pocket by themselves, but TK woke the dragon. Now, well, Execration are going to be sitting back with their feet on their desks.
Yeah, thanking Team Tough for the job well done.
It's not over yet, but
we're getting there.
We are getting there. Frisch is inching his way towards the BKB.
A little something extra.
Would love to be able to buy it right now.
Yeah, BKB is alright, but I feel like you should just buy out a Daedalus. Just get the Pierce the Veil. I mean, do they have a Dispel on their team? Not really. Yeah, a load of Sword or something for the Silence. It could definitely help, but yeah, he's got his BKB. He will survive from the coil. But that coil is going to be back up in 35 seconds. That BKB is back in 90.
Triple the time.
Puck might even be able to cast another coil with this same arcane rune. The timers are almost identical. Yeah, he's going to be able to cast another coil literally as this arcane's about to expire.
I've never seen coil cooldown this fast.
Yeah, Octarine Core,
3,
Arcane.
2, 1.
He's probably got like 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Come on, Bob. Come on. Aww. He used it for a phase shift. But he could have. He totally could have. Meanwhile, his base, they're tearing down buildings. They are ruining Team TK's home.
Cutting off the retreat with that Dream Coil as well. No way to strike back for TK. They're gonna get one more fight with that BKB. It's something. And the Terrorblade's rocking an Eternal Shroud right now on top of the BKB. There's really no good way to kill 423. And he's buying Revenant's Brooch. That's what you gotta do versus Muerta. She turns ethereal. You say, cool, I can hit that. Let me smash, Baki. Let me smash.
I found stick.
Radiant are scanning.
You know what the next line is. I'm say it out loud.
Everyone was thinking it.
That's the type of humor. Alright, there's a Kobold that has found out the plans for Team TK. Kobold is dead. Dies with his cup in his hand. And it's the same thing again. They're literally right next to the Tier 1 tower. This one's even slower than the first attempt. Rolling Thunder in. Seimei is here, trying to cut them on the exit. JG could use some help here to get that arena off. At least he does, but he dies inside it. Mars coming into the buyback, so is Mamang Daya's effigies destroyed in his base. Roche is dropping low. Krish, can he take the Aegis at least? Yes, he can. He'll give himself a second chance of life. Trying to fight back, but they are dying. Everyone is too soft on the side of Team TK to actually benefit from this Aegis. Quick Sunder coming out from 4-2-3. Krish is gone. JG, he's gone. They've lost Mamang Daya. He's not even buying back. It's the end of the road for Team TK. And all I can say is congratulations, Execration! You have qualified. No, Team Tough. They win this one. They're going to the grand finals. That means Execration is also through to Serbia for the main event. And we've got our SCA teams ready to join the party. But, of course, with this tournament still going, we need to find a grand finalist pair. We got another best of 3 coming up behind the corner right in a couple of minutes. But let's just take these last few moments, Kips, to remember or give remembrance to Team TK. What did they do well this game, and what was the end of this? What was the end of the all?
The end of it all. I think in the end here, Team TK, we saw them play the best game that they have at the start of this series, I think, for the entirety of this tour. And it's been an upwards line for them, which is, you know, all you want to see on a team that's just changed his roster, that's having trouble retaining their +5 player, I guess. But in the end here, when you get faced with a team like Team Tough here, you gotta do better than just that upwards line. And sure, they kill Bob a couple of times, but he's keeping them busy. They kill Tsukimoto a couple of times, but he's still farming. It's everything they do seems made up out of small moves that are just not enough versus a team that's literally more efficient than you. And at some point, they're too far behind. they can't fight anymore, and at that point Team Tough is the kind of team that will not drop the ball and not give you another chance to step big into that game.
Yeah, experience is definitely showing between the two, because Team Tough, their experience is in being the top 4 team almost over and over again, and they will continue to do so here as well. Going into the grand finals once again, truly the indomitable team of this SA circuit, 4 tournaments in a row. We're going to get to see more of them later on, tomorrow to be exact, with their grand finals, because we got another series coming up. We need a finalist for them. We're going to be back after the break for our second playoffs.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, what's up, people? We're going into our second series here at the playoffs. We already found out our grand finalist for this tournament, and we also locked in our invites for our Serbian LAN event taking place in about 2 months or so from now, if I remember correct. But more information about that, make sure you follow Relog Media on social media, on Twitter, and here especially follow the Twitch channel to keep yourself updated on what is going on with that particular event. But we need a grand finalist to go up against Team Tough. It's either Blind Owl Esports or Outcast. Blind Owl, group winner, and Outcast, who already won a series yesterday, knocking out another team from contention in terms of our LAN invites. That was IHC Esports, who still had a shot at it, but their hopes ran dry yesterday. And today we also knocked out Team TK from the mix. But they're going up against a team that hasn't actually made any previous tour appearances. Blind Owl Esports. These guys have been in separate rosters, in different teams, and this particular iteration has clicked in very well. 9-1 in their first group stage together, and now let's see how tested they are coming into this playoff stage, because, you know, Outcast, they did not play against them because Outcast was from Team A. From Group A.
Yeah.
If it was IHC to win, we would have seen a rematch between the two teams, where IHC actually tied up versus Blind Owl Esports. But now, two different teams to each other's, but definitely the names on those rosters ain't nothing new to each other's, Kips.
No, they're not. And Outcast here, has to be said as well, maybe did not look that strong versus IHC, but this is the team that took the one map off of Team Tough. And we just saw how dominant they could be in the previous series during the group stage to prevent them from getting a perfect group result there. So Outcast certainly have some bullets in their gun. And the way that you said it, put it perfectly for Blind Owl on the other end, who they've been looking extremely dominant, extremely, they just gel really well. It's one of those Filipino rosters where you can immediately see these guys all know how to play and they immediately like each other. It looks great. So
got some devastating results on the board, this Blind Owl Esports team.
Yep.
And in the moment when it mattered the most for IHC, they were able to tie up that series on the last day on the last series. Unfortunately, wasn't able to cast that one when I was originally supposed to. But do you remember anything about that?
that last series right there, yeah, that was IHC is squeezing through, really. very, very close, hard-fought victory there. And after the first game, I was already wondering if it was even going to happen anymore. So that's, I think Blind Owl maybe resting on their laurels just a little bit for the match. Not going to do here right now. We've got the Ember opening. We've got the immediate Morphling answer. This could be an Agi morph. This could be a Strength morph. Specifically aimed to beat the Ember, potentially laning against him as well, is entirely possible. And the Morphling, I mean, it's been banned for good reason in the past 2 days already. Just keeps on winning.
What about the support Morphling? Why are we not seeing that?
Support Morphling.
Because people keep talking to me about, like, support Morphling is a thing.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it in pro matches yet either.
5 seconds.
And it might have something to do with the stats that are needed, especially if you're looking at the strength morph, right? You're not actually all that tanky. Your utility is not that high. You're really predicated on copying another hero with low cooldowns, hopefully. And yeah, the Ember Spirit is the ideal target there. But an Ember Spirit also doesn't offer utility. So who you're copying as a support needs to perhaps not be that well, bog standard answer that we've got right now, which is the Ember. Like, I think if you want to see it support, there needs to be a Jakiro on the other team, for example. That would make it real easy to play a real good support Morphling. But as long as you're copying cores, you're missing out on the support.
I'm going to spout some numbers. I'm going to spout some numbers about this Morphling. These are pro tracker numbers to back up my facts here. So, of course, carry Morphling, 4,700 games. Pretty clear. 99.8% pickup ebb. Then you have mid Morphling, 200 games. Off lane Morphling, 65 games. Pause 4 Morphling, 360 games, and hard support, 200. So there are games out there. They are both played as flow. So as Pause 4, 99.5% pickup flow with a 44% win rate, not very high. And 65% of Pause 5s also pick flow with a 43% win rate. So not very high either, which is probably the reason why it's not seeing success in the pro scene, is because it's not thriving in the pubs either. But people are giving it a try. You have the aura-based mechanism, Guardian Greaves, Octarine Cores, Yule Scepters, or you go for Crimson Guards, Pipes, for example. These are stuff that you can build on a support Morphling. Even the Casual Shard from time to time, just not amazing, but you know, it's out there. Aether Lens, all these items, you think about, any support could build that. And what does Morphling give you? When you're in the strength mode, a low HP support, like a lot of supports are, right? They're already pretty low on HP. But there are tons of abilities you can get to your... you're more accessible to a lot of these abilities from the support position. So you could say maybe improved Rubik.
Yeah, improved Rubik with everything except for the cast range. I think that is the big difference here, where a Morphling will need to put himself in the line of fire to cast all of these stolen spells, and a Rubik definitely will not. As we get a Bane on the board here, that is an unusual support pickup, to say the least. We don't really see a Bane often at all, but getting reliable lockdown versus Ember versus Windranger, yeah, I can see why you'd enjoy having somebody with a BKB piercing stun that just holds them in place.
Yeah, I might have mentioned plus 200 games of support Morphling. There's only plus 400 games of Bane support, so you are right. This hero is not
very unusual. And we do Silencer, okay. So, I believe that during the group stage, I do have to be careful here, because I didn't actually cast Outcast, so there was one other team in the group stages that really believed in the Silencer, but I think that might have been Manta Esports.
Manta or Salvation, either one.
Yeah.
Because that also rings a bell to me.
And nobody else has picked it up. Nobody else did. So we've got ourselves some curious picks here, especially because the Silencer, normally you'd say, okay, well, sure, if there is either an Enigma in the game, or we expect there to be an Enigma in the game eventually. That is one of the classic counter picks. But here, well, avoiding a Doom going off early in these fights would be nice. The Morphling before Shard, not happy about being silenced. I mean, I say before Shard, also before Manta style, of course, depending on the build that you go. And there is no Manta style in the build up for the Strength Morphling.
Very true.
Dire team ban.
Maybe we do need to put this Morphling into the carry position and just play it ebb. Just go for the Manta in that case. Bring up the stats.
And they're getting kind of forced into it right now, which,
Yeah.
by the way, I gotta say, with the success rate that the regular old Morphling has had, they did Vlad's into Manta the last couple of days. Absolutely brutal. Butterfly follows after, chunking you for 400 damage a pop. It's pretty nasty. I would not be upset to be forced into carry Morphling like that. You can force my team into carry Morphling like that any day. So I'm not too sure how upset Blind Owl is about the silencer pick currently. Interrupting the Fiend's Grip is nice, right?
Yeah, you do have to play against Warcry, an Ember you can't hit, a Wind Ranger that's never close enough to hit. You can feed off of the silencer, and once you have Conda up, maybe you can keep shotgunning the Wind Ranger.
So they've been skipping the Kanda.
So if they don't even go for the Conda, then Morphling's just not killing Ember or Wind or the Sven. So that's what I'm worried about here. Is the Warcry counter is actually really good.
It is nice.
But not just the Warcry, just literally 3 heroes that elude this Morphling really well. So I would like to see maybe a Manta Conda build up here for the Morphling. It would make his game so much easier to play.
Yeah, definitely the mixed damage. And I thought this hero was dead. Honest to God, dead and buried.
Spirit Breaker.
Core? I mean, it has to be core, especially the core spirit, the support Spirit Breaker right now. You are so darn slow. It takes you so long to get to a point in the game where you actually become a proper threat. I would really not enjoy this being a support.
It is support Spirit Breaker. It is Russman who's going to bring out the Wind Ranger. I thought they might switch things about. Depended where that Sven was going. And if they wanted to put Sven support, they'd play Wind Ranger maybe as a carry. Then we'd have room for a Spirit Breaker potentially. But they're just not shifting things up too much here. And Ken is going to bring out the Pangolier.
And I mean, Russman is a very interesting player, right?
He surely is. He's
got a touch of that same A&M, but he's definitely his own kind of creature. This is the kind of player that can make or break a game for you. So having him on the Wind Ranger, having a secondary DPS core here next to your Sven, who's going to be doing the main job of carrying, this could work out very well for them. But I gotta say, utility only on the cores sometimes means that if you have a rough laning stage, it doesn't even need to be like a lost laning stage necessarily, just one where no core feels particularly great at going in. Your supports can't make plays on their own whatsoever. They have to move towards these cores to get disabled so you can actually get the time to beat somebody down. It's not the sturdiest way to approach your draft. That said, the disables on Blind Owl Esports are basically all on one single support. So that is pretty much the opposite situation. Nobody has stuns except Grims, and everybody is like, come on, cancel the TPs for us, do something.
But the good thing is they're not reliant on their supports to make the plays. This is where the supports follow up on what the cores are doing, which makes it easier to play versus a silencer lineup. Repositioning-wise, gaining ground, gaining territory, I think it is quite easy for Blind Owl to maneuver around this draft, and it gets easier with time when you get items on these heroes. Simple Glimmer Cape saves from a global silence on one of your most important heroes, take Morphling, and you're good to play this game. I feel very comfortable. I feel very comfortable playing Blind Owl's draft. However, I do not have as much faith for Outcast, not in terms of that they are the underdogs, but they have not exactly drafted an easy lineup for themselves to execute. This is somewhat global. This is somewhat mobile. I don't think it checks all the boxes of a traditional Dota draft.
Sorry, that was just perfect voice line use.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still trying to compile my thoughts here.
Hey, don't do Gabby like that. He's not here to defend himself.
That was unreal.
Yeah, I don't need to say anything. We can just read the chat.
Gabby's is a real smooth kid. I mean, not a kid anymore. I guess for me, he's stuck in 7 years ago in TNC. His bleached blonde hair and
Clinging to the past, Kips.
yeah, no, like that guy got all the girls.
Times are a changing. We better change with it.
Yeah, well, I'm here in this match and he isn't, huh?
That's the Kips I know. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to hear. The second playoff series is underway. Officially, gameplay-wise. This is Blind Owl, the winner of Group B with a 9-1 scoreline. The only team that was able to snatch a point away from them was IHC, literally in the final series of the group stage, which allowed IHC to play for a tiebreaker and avoid elimination versus Manta. I mean, if they didn't win that game versus the group winner, Blind Owl would have been the second team in the rest circuit history to 10-0. IHC would have been knocked out. Manta would have been playing versus Outcast yesterday.
Yep. A little butterfly flapped its wings, and now we got some incredible banter out of it. You can live life peaceful as long as I'm alive, says DB to Boomy.
Quick reminders of who you're playing up against.
All right.
I mean, they're continuing what Mamang Daya and Bob started in the first place today. So very, very talkative players.
A legacy to live up to for sure.
Imagine if we had all these teams, like if we had the opportunity to have all these teams on LAN and just listen to them yelling to the other side to their opponents. That is the content that I live for.
Yeah. Normally you
The
separate
true
them out
raw
a little
emotion.
better than that. Yeah. But yeah, no, that has definitely happened on LANs, especially the ones with large group stages. You rent out a hotel somewhere or a venue, and you're dividing a hole into cubicles with boxes that are meant for office workers, not for gamers. So yeah, you can hear each other. You pretend you don't.
All right, Varys, looks like that's going to be first blood of the game here. And it's going for Blind Owl Esports. Rapido, the off-lane Doom to start off with an early kill always feels good. And with the Devil's Bargain.
Yep. Harry and I have been on and on about this spell a little bit. I think that early on in the game, it doesn't necessarily get used the best by Dooms yet. It feels like they much rather just hold on to their hand of Midas instead of selling it for an item and then buying the Midas back after again. But certainly later on in the game, I've seen some absolutely fantastic adjustments made by Rapido, actually. Switching out his build from I believe from a refresher into... Excuse me, Russman, I was talking here. From a refresher.
How dare he interrupt?
into the Aghanim Scepter instead, after his enemies has already bought 2 Lincoln Spheres and a Lotus Orb. And that is the kind of 1-2 punch where it's like, oh, our Lincolns do nothing anymore, he just has an AoE Doom now. Well, sucks to be us.
Where's yours?
Only Silencer Illusions applied Glaives of Wisdom.
Oh yeah, he'd be back in the mid lane in an instant.
Oh, yeah, he would.
I think the last time that I saw that is at TI5 where Illidan did it. And if anybody listening right now remembers Illidan, you're officially old.
Wow, we're just, making everybody feel old here. Like, what's with the grudge, Kips?
I don't know, maybe I'm just feeling
Get it off your
particularly
shoulders.
wrinkly and dried up this morning.
I mean, we woke up at like what 7 a.m. to cast this series, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Yesterday at 6, which this man dodged. Like he's saying he's sick.
Ha. Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
I
He's
actually
been
am
dying.
sick, and I'm casting here.
If you hear me talk a lot, it's because he's coughing as. Oh, dang. But dude, this is not supposed to happen. Ember does have a little bit up over the Pango naturally, and normally this is a lane that gets left alone quite a bit because it's hard to kill either of them. Like you'd have to bring a bit of force to bear because normally none of them get particularly low. But instead, in the bottle for the bottle for the water rune there. Yep. Ember goes down, and now significant. Like the Pango is going to hit 6 a full level before the Ember. You could get a second kill off of that easily.
So I had to look up something here because I was just staring at Varish's name. I was like, how many Army Geniuses members do they still have in this team? And I think DB, they didn't even play in the same lane with DB. DB was their offlaner.
Offlaner 2 carry. These days we do that the other way around.
Yeah. They had In Your Dream and Yoe, which was a really good double core duo. Double core duo. Yeah, double core duo. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Really strong players. But DB and Barish, they stuck together. Jokum in another team, though. Bubble save coming out from Boomy. Is it enough, though? Ken looks like he's still done for. No spells remaining. And Ember fighting to the bitter end versus Grims. But the silence on the Bane, he doesn't get the Nightmare off, which might have given the extra damage to finish off a kill. Meanwhile, Boomy cleans up 1. Now he's throwing in 1 poison. Has Mango, throws another stack of poison on the Ember. Can't get a third off, though. Now Varys is there to push Boomy back.
Yeah, and the kill on the Ember is hard anyway. Like, he's going to dodge a bunch of them, but also by the time you have enough poison stacks, he's got his Flame Guard back, and that's going to absorb most of the damage unless you have 7 stacks, you don't kill him there.
Still going back to the... Just looking at what Ken's up to here in the mid lane versus Pota 2, but... Still going back to the draft. They wanted the final phase of Spirit Breaker into a Shadow Demon, which, in my eyes, feels a bit like...
But...
Oh. Well, at least now the SD can't do anything versus the Tomb. That last glaive is going to finish him off.
Speed aura.
It's another brain cell.
And the action continues. Oh, Wind Ranger now completely on our own.
He's going to have to interrupt you again, Kips. Looks on it.
This time it's fine. I've gotten off my horse.
This Wind Ranger might be off to some great CS, but ooh. Was that necessary, Varys? Did he get the Wisdom Rune? Yes, he did. And if he's gonna rub it in their face and all chat now, I'll lose my shit.
Yeah, no, that's not the kind of thing that you inform your opponents of. Listen. He got 3 brain cells out of this landing stage already.
I thought you were doing a Michael Jackson. Shamona.
Ever heard those isolated vocals?
Oh, yes, I have, and I've seen way too many videos of that. That is some genius at work. You know, that reminded me of another singer, since we're both from Finland. You know His Infernal Majesty, right?
Yes, I do, in fact. He was my alarm clock for my teenage years.
Did you know that Ville Valo actually recorded all of his breaths?
I mean...
And added them in there.
I didn't, but you know what? I've always thought he was a little creepy, so...
Some singers do that. They take any sound effect that they create themselves just to get a bit of extra power into it. If they don't do it on purpose for the long recording, they want to include stuff, so they just make the...
And
that was a very bad example, but I have to do it because my microphone otherwise cuts out. But you
Noise
get,
filter will not let you be an artist.
yeah. I mean, I at least have my soundboard for that. So
Once again, supports.
poor Ken, man. This guy is just not getting a break.
He opened fire the first, but team not ready to back him up. And here is, well, the benefit of having the disables on the cores. It means that the supports can go to any lane and lay into it. And the laning stage has been going well enough that any of these cores on the Radiant side feel good enough to get supported like that.
Going straight for the Doom as well. Sven is not interested in hitting the Doom, though. Pops his God Strength, and they realize, yeah, probably not. Let it go for now.
Had to be a bit of a casual pop, otherwise you immediately give away that somebody's charging you, but Rupido wasn't born yesterday either.
Grims. Quick D ward, but gets charged, and now Doom is looking for an opening to go in, and Ember also knows not to go. So that opens up Juju to die. Because he's not getting the backup that they were originally looking to play for. So a bit unfortunate for Juju. He charges in. Ember, help me out. Oh, there's a Doom. Bye. You're on your own.
Ditched. I mean, that's a risk you take as a support. I'm curious to see where we're gonna go with this Doom. He's gonna go pipe first. Okay, so even versus Silencer, I was like,
oh, Doom comes out onto the Ember Spirit. This is maybe Ken getting a bit of retaliation finally. They both retreat to the high ground here. A Hellbear roars, but the Thunderclap comes a bit too late. Pota 2 is dead. Not denied this time around. And 3 heroes from the side of Outcast are hunting Akari.
He's currently at 250 HP.
That's not a lot. There's the global, and he's dead. That's just it.
The focus fire seems a little much, frankly.
Yeah, Russman, you're not needed. You can just chill.
Definitely did need a little bit of recovery time on that top lane, but now he's going to get it. And with
it was funny because he had the most CS out of anybody a couple minutes ago at 36, and now he's last in net worth.
Not involved in a lot of the kills except as a victim.
Nope. And is he coming down to help in bottom? I hope he is, because, you know, there's an incursion going on here. Varus is already taken down by the just respawned Morphling with more than 200 HP this time around. That tower is a goner. Pota 2, Russman, Juju, thinking about
Smoking
going
for
in.
The backline.
They see Grims. Chained up, charge coming in. Nightmare is there. Nice bubble there from Boomy. Buys a bit of time. Ken rolling straight towards the Spirit Breaker. Look how fast he dies.
Painful.
Ken just does one shield crash, and the guy's pretty much dead.
And the rest of his team does not want to back him up because Grims is holding on to that Fiend's Grip. And you gotta go all at the same time. Ideally, you want to have that global silence up just to make sure that nobody gets punished for moving for the Bane kill.
Okay, I've been looking at this Doom cosmetic. And
the face.
Yes, I know it's supposed to be a Cthulhu, but that mini portrait is anything but a Cthulhu. He looks like some kind of I don't know, some kind of
Night
plant.
Stalker's cousin?
No, not even that. I think he looks like a plant.
He does. I think it's the kind of cactus with these ridges of spikes that you're thinking about.
Maybe, yeah. Is the fly trap?
You could also think about the Venus flytrap, yeah.
The Venus flytrap, that's the one, yeah.
You could also have a
and when you look at the model in-game, it's like, yeah, that's definitely a Mr. Tentacle face. Cthulhu Fatagan.
Careful, careful. See, I knew you metal people were demonic. I knew it.
I know why I can say that, because I left out the 2 keywords from the front.
Well,
And it starts
please.
with Ia. And Ia. Alright, let's not try to summon anything here. Meanwhile, Sven just hit
Summon a
6666 net worth. It's all coming together.
Briefly, mid tower just falls.
Dire's middle
Yeah, you had a rolling thunder. You've got the Fiend's Grab right now, but you do need to be set up for these fights, and ideally you need to be taking them yourself, because if you play reactively here, you're going to get globaled. You're going to have to sit around waiting a good couple of seconds to actually get those spells off, and that might just be too late.
Rapido might just be a target of a gank. Might. It's a bit of a soft word to use here, because he's definitely getting killed here. Russman gets his first kill of the game.
And that does cement the Maelstrom for him. Presumably we're going to see him try to get kills with pretty much every focus fire now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, some good
His
targets
active
to
window
use
has
it on
started.
too. We have double BKBs lined up here on the Radiant side, a Force Staff. And what do we have on the other side? We have a Guardian Greaves Shadow Demon. That will take a while. You're getting your Buckler, Kips.
Yeah, getting my buckler. I mean, one of the most value items in the game for sure. Though this time, not exactly overwhelming physical damage as a reason for it. No, Morphling rushing the Manta Star as well. And having your Shadow Demon build this, he's pretty decent at farming, right? It means that you're going to get a purge on a saving hero versus that Global Silence. So he's going to Greaves, then pop under somebody under the disruption, then hopefully purge an enemy as well. It's a good solution for the fact that the Silencer was picked partially because you have a Doom, and a Doom is never in a million years going to build Greaves.
I mean, he could.
Technically. But he really doesn't want to.
He really doesn't want to. So he's got the pipe ready now. The Devil's Bargain, of course, might be a few minutes, and he's already changed into the next item. We'll see how long he holds on to this one. A lot of activity. All scouted out by a ward. Trying to set up on Morphling. Akari is setting the bait. There's the Sven charging in. They're ready to go. Pango, there's the Global Silence, but he got the Rolling Thunder off, and the timing is perfect for it. Doom, though, not in a great place. Rapido, bubble safe coming up from Booby. DB is also cutting through the backline, but he gets nightmared up. The Doom finally comes out, and it will take down Pota 2, or at least remove him from the fight. He won't be able to heal himself at all, and now Sven's going to get caught at the grip, too, and maybe they can clean them up now. Sven running in circles. Ken has been untouched this fight. Boomy goes down. Russman takes him out. And now, Ken, you've gone too far. Tries to turn on DB, and he's successful in doing so. Juju with a charge. Ken, another swashbuckle is ready. Russman is hitting quite hard, but yeah, remember, so is this Silencer. Morphling rolling back in. Akari trying to salvage the situation. Get some kills. He takes down Varish. They will lose Ken. Kills going back and forth. Ends up being a 3-for-4 trade. Somewhat even as well, because, you know, the Morphling survives and gets a kill for himself, even though he's lost his entire team. If you look at how much the Wind Ranger got out of this game, he is back on top of net worth. Russman,
Yep,
number
big
one.
winner. Absolutely. No, and the Morphling, I was thinking maybe, okay, maybe you get enough out of it in levels, but DB is still 1.5 levels ahead of him as well. So, a small win for the side of Outcast, but notably with Russman now for snowballing further, working on a Lincoln Sphere, getting rather close actually. That is going to be such a huge boon versus both the Doom as well as the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, it was a bit sad for Pota 2 that someone's going to have to soak the Doom. Or in his case, he didn't really get to do much that team fight.
Great save from Booney though.
They are trying to fight here, though. Grims is already caught with a shackle shot, and that's a focus fire already used. Ken, Rolling Thunder ahead. Akari takes down Varish. Still continuing with the fight, Pota 2. He's got the freedom to do whatever he wants right now. There's a nice stun from Sven. Big cleave damage kicking in, but he can't kill Rapido. They can't kill Akari. BB pushing Ken very low there. Nice echo slows. Pota 2 jumps away. Rapido's doom is about to come off cooldown.
No mana for it whatsoever. But interesting that both teams there say, alright, fine, we're ready to fight. You don't have your big cooldown. And the Doom and the Silencer look at each other menacingly.
Yeah.
A lot harder to get kills, though, without those spells.
Yeah, that was 7,000 damage dealt, and both teams lost the support. A total of 12k. Both teams combined.
A lot of blood on the floor.
A lot of blood, but how many body parts? Not enough for the ritual. I can tell you that.
If you look at the lineups, Blind are definitely the ones to conduct that if they get the chance. Eggs up for the Pango. Going to work towards that Manta style as well. Which is, you know, since the shift into the physical, one of those items that Pangos love to build because silences used to really mess you up, and now you just get to purge them off. And have stats.
Just a casual support kill there for DB. Sven takes first place once again, and Morphling is not far behind. I think Akari definitely has the recipe for this game to overtake this Sven, get farther and further away. Because considering one has Mom and Echo Saber.
The other one is a
Akari only
Morphling.
has a Manta. Yeah, the other's a Morphling and only has a Manta so far.
Making good progress on that Lincoln Sphere of his own. First the Stormhammer. First the Nether Strike. First the Charge.
Four-man smoke. Akari just showed himself on top, but as soon as he leaves, okay, he returns back to the catapult. But meanwhile, that's happening. Sven falling to that feeling that I don't think I'm all alone here. However, the global silence buys some time. Sven, though, looks like he's still going to be done for. No, he's not. He actually survives. He's got enough HP. The Doom ran out. Ken dying under the tower. It looked like a certain deal, but no. And Varish's global silence bought enough time for the Doom to run out, and them not dealing enough damage. It turns disastrous for Blind Owl Esports, and they just lost their whole team. Akari shaking his head. It's like, why did that go so badly?
The fact that the Sven gets his BKB off before the Doom right there is absolutely huge, right? So much of a limit on the damage that's being able to be poured into him at this stage of the game. And then I think they would have lost heroes there no matter what, because they're chasing him too deep already, but it's really just the well, the shitty icing on top of the turd cake that he lives.
BKB in the Doom, right?
Yeah, you could. But that fight is gonna cost you no matter what.
Alright. Because for me, for a moment, I mean, they didn't want to save that Fiend script. It was the global silence that just breaks that one channel that keeps him on the spot.
Yep.
Of course, maybe Pango roll would have been a better idea, just to use it straight on top of him. I don't know, but too late to cry now.
Russman. Snowballing. 3, 2, 1 for another God's Strength, and into the Roshan pit they go.
Value timing.
Yep. We were talking previously in the last match about how having the tier 1 still up made it too easy for the Dire to respond for this, but this time around, without your Fiend's Grip up, without any of your heroes in particular fighting condition, and with the Sven taking it this fast, you're not going to risk it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a much earlier lineup here this time in terms of Roshan damage. Not exactly something you want to step in between.
You do not.
Suddenly turn from hunter into the hunted. And a 6k lead for the side of the Outcasts. 76% win probability also given by the graphs with a 9-level advantage on top of that too.
Firmly in the saddle.
They all have level 2 ults. Both of the supports on Blind Owl don't, and we could really use another extra half a second on the Fiend script. And of course another extra 150 damage on the Demonic Purge. Of course, level 1 is the big thing on the SD. Level 2 ult doesn't feel that amazing.
Yep.
And level 3, everybody has so much HP by then that it's just not... It just is. It's just a tiny buff.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They could really use a level 2 Fiend script.
Good, but how many times you're going to get a full Fiend's grip off in this game? Silencers.
Well, they have a run at you lineup if only Varij wasn't in the game. There is a world, there is a place. Do they have the Glimmer Cape yet? No. It's still in the works for the Bane. Actually wanting to go Aetherlands first, which I agree. I think that is a much more important item to have. They are trying to set up in mid for Russman. And here we go. Lincoln's is popped, and they are rolling in. But that shackle shot, that's a very long piece of linen. Is also caught on the Shadow Demon, but DB coming in with a stun onto the Doom. Doom gets saved by the bubble. Still Doom available. Drops in on the Sven. Varish, Grims, both down. Fiend script has already been used as well, but I mean, they will lose the Aegis here too. Sven, with the help of Ember, can they fight back against Rapido? Rapido is gone. Juju is running rampant here, chasing Boomy, giving them the vision. SD is done. Can they get another hero? Doesn't look like anybody else is sticking around. A Morphling is gone. The Pango is out. They got the silencer in the end, sure.
Well, in the beginning, in fact. And they took down the Aegis. Nothing to sneeze at, but the amount of time that the silencer buys in which the Sven needs to be kited out at...
Yeah, and still gets the global up. Oh! Morphling. That was a scary moment there for a second. If they had any damage from DB, they might have actually just killed the Morphling right away.
Dota hands the bottle to his Sven to pick up the DD rune with. Sven says thank you for the bottle, walks past the rune. So Pink to be reminded that he does still need to pick it up. Oh, little things.
The classic. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, happens from time to time.
And Grims.
It's like you know, you have these chores sometimes. You know, like your core tells your support like, oh, remember to stack the cap next minute. And you ask in a couple of minutes, like, were there any stacks? I'm like, no, Mom. I wanted to do something else. I don't want to do chores today.
I had to help mid-secure rune.
Sometimes we just forget. Sometimes we're just lazy. And I guess you could say some of these small mechanics that we use in Dota are technically chores. We do them every game. Sometimes we do them. Sometimes we just don't feel like doing them. I'm gonna get straight to
these guys get paid to feel like doing them.
I mean, some people get paid for doing chores at home, so I see no impeccable logic, right? Grims is already down, and that's this global. Maybe helping for a Morphling kill, but he does have the Manta. He's able to get out. Doom connected to DB, and now DB has to be careful because Rapido is applying the pressure, and he's not going to live forever. They're going to lose to Sven, but now they need to retaliate with some kills of their own. The Morphling's about to die. He's so close to dying. Boomy with another bubble. And can they get Akari out? Looks like they will be able to get one more chains off. Morphling still has a big stick. Boomy, he's got no life left in the arms of Poda 2. And they caught Ken. Just looks so hopeless.
All by his lonesome.
What a racket.
Well, Blind Owl Esports, you know, you look great in the group stage, but these fights are just not going your way whatsoever. It feels like every time the opening comes out from a global silence, they're on the receiving end instantly from there.
And in this case, they even lost the Bane before they could do anything. And part of that was definitely, you know, you're smoked up, you're geared up to walk up that high ground, and then there's an Ember Spirit immediately in the way, ruining the fun. But you gotta immediately disengage from that man with all of the vision advantage, because he's not sticking around unless he knows something you don't. And what he knows is that his team is ready to follow up at a moment's notice.
Silencer has also just out-leveled the Doom.
Yikes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Spirit Breaker also very much over the hump. I mean, has been for a while with his Shadow Blade, right?
Yeah.
They are investing into some Lincoln Spheres, though. I do think that this Doom is going to have a good case to buy himself an Aghanims later on.
Also, what I wanted to point out was Varish on the Silencer, who has the most deaths on the Radiant team, has the next fewest deaths from the Dire team. The Morphling. Everybody else has died over 5 times, just like the Silencer has. Akari only once.
Blind Owl bleeding.
Bleeding owls.
Radiant are scanning.
Here again. Triple BKB at the ready.
Juju shows himself down in mid. There's the easy hero to drop down anywhere. DB though. Nice quick chains coming out. Spots Akari. BKB up on the Ember Spirit, dodging the stun from Rapido, and Ken is just rolling and rolling and rolling.
But going nowhere.
Yep. At least not in the Limp Bizkit style.
At least Blind Owl don't lose nobody right now, and they... Well, there is BKB down
They're
on
going in. Trying
Ember?
to go for reinitiation, missing out the stun. Sven BKB's up, doomed or what? Does not care. Rapido dead. Ken also gone in a matter of seconds. One more shield crash is all he gets off. Swashbuckles himself away. And with the haste rune, there's a charging cow. It's a chase to the end, but the roll-up is there. And Sven will follow up on that. Meanwhile, Varish will buy enough time just for Rusma to deal a bit of damage and help the Ember get back into the fray. That's a teleport away. Grims, though, will be there to keep Poda busy. And a quick charging again from Juju. Russman is now godlike.
Fantastic game for him.
After dying twice in the laning stage, that's 9 kills in a row now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, not half bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gonna buy an MKB next. And the Gleipnir is also so good versus this lineup. They're saving all of their purges to get out of the global. And then you root them up right after. Oh, and these supports.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance anymore at this stage of the game. All these early/mid-game carries on the Radiant side, these Dire supports just don't stand a chance.
Cooldown on that global's only getting shorter as the game goes on.
He's almost level 18 as well. Just like the Spirit Breaker is.
Well, nuts how many
seconds on
levels they
Nether
have.
Strike. Yeah, like... That XP graph is showing a 19 levels difference now. 37% higher than their opponents. That is a very high number in terms of an XP graph.
You don't see that very often. At some point, when you run at them that much, you just lose one hero here, one hero there, and the differential makes for a very easy catch-up for the enemy, but... It has really just been only Akari who lives through these. Everybody else dies, nobody's there to receive that experience. I mean, and then again, Farish has been mostly the only one dying as well.
And of course...
Butterfly finished for Akari, though.
Now, if you can... if you get a couple kills, you're not only getting gold streaks, You're getting a ton of levels. They can just win this game. Win this next fight. And then start to look at winning the game. But it is going to be a challenge.
Angling for a pick off here, but
Very nice quick fingers there from Grims. Ken rolling in, but Russman is already in between. Here comes Kari trying to take down the Wind Ranger while the backline's already dying. DB takes down Boomy, and the Wind Ranger just follows through on Ken. Rolling Thunder runs out. Wind's gonna take him out. There goes another with Rapido falling. And I believe, it's the... It almost feels like this just might be the moment to call it. Akari.
only Akari left standing and immediately shackled.
It's a bit of a painful move right there. At least he survives. Meanwhile, I have a cat just showed up on my desktop. Hello.
Meow.
You came to watch some Dota. Or did you come to watch some Pota too?
After the first death on middle, it's been a great game for Pota 2.
Oh, Roshan will drop. Magus is secured here for DB once again.
They're just all building Lincoln spheres right now. Everybody in this game wants one. To get another one.
You have an axe lined up on the Doom?
No.
No.
Heals.
That will be your counter to try and counter the items, but still it does not help the Bane, it doesn't help the SD.
Nope. No, the SD, by the way, who gave up on those Guardian Greaves a long time ago in order to get the Demonic Cleanse, but I think the problem here really has been what use is Demonic Cleanse if you don't get it off because you're silenced. Yeah, the Greaves are an absolute nightmare to get up as a support who's not going to get farm in this game, but...
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that was the correct decision at all. Then again, if your enemies are 23k up at this point, how many decisions would have been the right ones? Avert the storm. Sven cleaves his way into level 25. There's the extra 50% in the God Strength damage. This man is going to a 900.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For just the base attacks, of course. He's also got a Daedalus. He could crit on those.
Scary numbers.
Yes. The scariest in the game.
Dire's middle tower.
I remember when a couple patches back, the Revenant's Brooch PA was the one to behold. Now I feel like Sven with a Stormhammer stun getting that 17% extra damage on top of the damage that you already deal. Oof. Those numbers are really to behold, but let's see what Lion Owl can do with their vision already established. They're on the edge of these this triangle stairs. The problem is there's a Radiant scan right on top of them, so they know what's up. DB's just rolling around like, I'm here, I'm here.
They give up the high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
Hit me, I'm here. Akari.
Here's the sentry. We gotta go.
It's a quick
second
Lincoln's
to go.
pop on the side. Courier taken away. Ward placed down once again by Grims, and they instantly retreat from the area. Grims, though, getting caught with a harpoon. 1-2 gone. Goodness indeed.
Goodness gracious.
40 seconds for the Bane to be back up. Does have a buyback, but Sven is being protected by all these Lincoln spheres. Doesn't have to worry about too much here. His team has got his back. Bango. Oh, that was a mean slice there by DB. And Rapido jumped in. 1-2. One crit from Sven, and he's got it. And there goes Rapido, and he's gone for 50 seconds. He did doom up Russman. But this time now, DB has the freedom to do whatever he wants. Juju charging, and again, keeping a Blind Owl at bay. Now there's a bloody silencer with a Hurricane Pike, draining your brain cells.
Yeah, and he's got 26 of those collected now. Has a full BKB in his stash actually, just his courier is dead.
And he hit the back line. Trying to catch Ken one more time. SD also about to drop Fiend Script used on Pota 2. It's a desperation. But they cannot get their they don't have anything left. Maybe the Sven gets isolated and they get the Aegis, but I still think that's not gonna be enough.
He's just daring them, there we go. All Grims can do is pop Lincolns.
Yeah, no ults left. Another 2400 crit there from DB. Rapido out once again. He just got back, now he's dead again. They're all dying to the cleave. Rossman does die to Akari. So Morphling able to get something for his efforts, but still 35,000 gold behind.
Nearly
it's not
2,500.
Yeah, it's not changing this game.
That is one of the bigger streaks I've ever seen change hands, though. Oh, you can just straight up buy yourself an item off of that. Just a Wind Ranger kill. Cost you most of your base.
Yeah. You know, some rulers, they fought all the way into the end.
Akari? Akari, no.
Oh, where'd you guys come from? Where did you
Goodness.
come from? Where did you go?
Into the grave. And he just bought out.
Oh, what a great place to be in. I think that's one of those... they're running in so fast that even if you're kind of like, well, I can try and get this... Oh, there they are. Oh, I'm dead. You just lift your hands off the keyboard, you know, like, I'm going to get a glass of water, guys. Hold the base while I'm AFK.
Yeah. One of the things that we underestimate is how many of those like super fast reactions that we see are anticipation. Like people have a feeling that something could happen, so their brains are primed to react. And in a game like this, where you've all but given up, it is very hard to stay that sharp and motivate yourself to be at the ready to keep on anticipating. Like you already know the next punch is coming. You're tired of getting hit. You want to go lie down in the middle of the ring and take a nap. That's you gotta fight that, and that's very hard. Yeah, you know, TBI.
Oh, I thought that was code for something. Well, DB just goes
traumatic
on
brain
with the push
injury.
here. Ken trying to keep them at bay, and again 15 seconds without Akari, so they're using an ulti to buy time. Rolling Thunder. Tooltip, naturally magnificent. Well, might feel great being a ball, but once you're out of the ball...
You got deflated.
Got deflated. That is mega crepes. You're gonna have to try and fight against a whole different type of adversary now, but still not changing the story whatsoever for Blind Alice. That's another one gone, and another one gone. They are forced all the way back to the fountain to start to make their plans for game number 2.
And it has been a while since Blind Owl has gotten such a drubbing. Group stage, pretty much unopposed, as we've emphasized before. Outcast had to, had a lot more scrappy of a time getting to this point, but they definitely came here. Well, they were not playing around here. Very much enjoyed the activity from their support duo, really throwing themselves into these clashes on every single lane with a Silencer and a Spirit Breaker. Not necessarily the ganking duo that you would expect normally, but with the cores making these movements of the supports possible, that was a very smooth mid game, and I didn't really see an end game for Blind Owl anymore after the mid slipped out of their hands so drastically.
Oh yeah, like just straight up 10-minute net worth, you'd think that, no, this is a pretty even game. Blind Owl looking pretty good. You got a 5k net worth Morphling, 4.5k on your Pango. Doom's doing good. The enemy Wind just got killed a couple of times in the laning stage. And then things start to kind of slowly snowball out of your hand. And it's just a chaotic mess to try and maneuver out from. So...
Global silence. You just don't get to make any counterplays. He decides when
Exactly.
you get to fight, and the answer is next game.
Yeah, next game indeed. Well, she said it. We're going to take a tiny break, and we'll be back for the next game.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, Kips, we got Outcast leading the series versus Blind Owl Esports. And of course, you might have thought that it wasn't BOE, the team that's supposed to be the tough ones. The same thing could have gone for Team Tough
Kinda
earlier.
did.
They also dropped Game 1. But now, you know, Outcast, they're a game away from getting into the Grand Finals.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And Blind Owl, you know, this is normally quite a bit of whiplash. Losing a game after such a, I want to say, nearly flawless group stage sometimes can really hit you in right in the weak spot. And it really depends, right? With Team Tough, we know we have a long record of them, you know, getting hit sometimes and getting back up again pretty much immediately. With Blind Owl, this is a fairly new roster. We don't know how they're going to react. So they're going to demonstrate to us instead what lessons we should learn going forward.
Indeedly so. So I don't have a number or don't have a statistic on it, but I have a gut feeling that most of these teams, not only just SEA, but the teams that have been winning their groups have struggled the most in the semi-final stage, going up against a team that has been second or third seed, and they end up going into the grand finals. But not all group winners, except in Europe. Maybe Dandelions is an exceptional team compared to everybody else. But they haven't always made their way into the grand finals. So, Outcast, here's your shot. You're at a very strong position of power. I hope they don't squander now with this draft. They start things off with a Sven into a Primal Beast. So it doesn't really tell us a whole lot. But we have seen Primal being first phase banned in a couple of games in the previous series at least. This time it slides through, instantly picked up.
And Blind Owl opting to ban out the Spirit Breaker here instead of going for the Silencer, so seeing that hero as the one that really enabled the fast play of the previous draft, as opposed to going for the, well, let's say the threat backing up that fast play, which was the Silencer. And you can't ban both of them. You're going to let too many good heroes through. Certainly want to be able to take somebody else out. Though they did also reserve a ban for the Wind Ranger. Respect for Russman, who had a phenomenal game. I should have known when he interrupted me for the first blood. It's like, oh man, this guy is going to do all the talking this game, isn't he? And yes, he did.
We do get the Weaver that was banned in the previous game. So as you mentioned, Wind Ranger and Spirit Breaker being removed, that leaves something open, and getting a second phase Weaver. I do want to actually look up some Weaver stats. How well has a Weaver been doing in different phases of the draft? So, out of 10 picks in the first phase, it's 1 and 9. In the second phase, out of 3 games, it's 1 and 2. And in the final phase, it's 1 win, 1 game.
Yeah, a last pick, carry Weaver in there. Ana for Blind Owl. Okay. This is a strat that we've seen him use in the group stage, I do believe. To great effect. The solar flare, absolutely overwhelming damage. Nothing to do about it, really.
Yep. 3 games, 3 wins. 2 versus Team TK in the same series, and game 1 versus IHC with a Marana 4.
Yeah, and I believe they've done this both with the 4 as well as with the... No, it must have been another team with the Gary Marana, actually, now that I look at the lineups.
This is only pause 4.
Mm-hmm.
Also the most played offlane, the Primal Beast. 4 games, 4 wins.
Mm-hmm. A classic combo with the Marana, right? You get the Pulverize, you follow up with the arrow. Usually people clear the way for you to land that arrow. Pulverize you start.
Yep.
We have good... I love Crystal Maiden Primal Beast. It just feels so good. She fills up that small mana pool real fast. And she enables all of his spells with her slows.
Yeah.
And with her root.
She is an enabler. It's
10 seconds remaining.
He's got the worst in him.
You do have yourself a pretty solid start for a draft here for Blind Owl Esports. Plus CM into Weaver always feels good.
Those roots, and it's, well, Ember Spirit currently not in this game, but, you know, for the other spirits as well, that root is something that you always have to play around, even if you're a puck, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Very dangerous. And, well,
talk about the
Dota 2.
puck.
It definitely goes the other way around the most for a puck because of your AoE silence, of course.
2 games of puck so far, both played in the IHC series for Outcast. 1 win, 1 loss.
5 seconds
Also looking
remaining.
at this Weaver, because they have played Weaver 4, Sven 5. It could be we're looking at another core pick. And only core picks from now on to the end of this draft.
Could be, but so far Blind Owl aren't exactly looking like a team where mid-game you're going to get too much out of a regular old Warcry. So much magic damage.
But it is an extra stun, and who likes stuns? I mean, CK is always good here. Lycan could also gain a bit of a benefit from it. We've seen Outcast play it before. And there is the Monkey King. That is actually a pretty solid defusal game when you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Monkey up versus the Primal. Coil to keep people in the Monkey Circle. I like it.
And also Gyrocopter.
What
They're going to leave that carry option still open. It could be Sven, it could be Weaver, it could still be their last pick. They go for the Visage to the offlane position. This is their first.
10 seconds remaining.
Haven't played that one so far. I do remember...
5 seconds remaining.
I have a feeling that DB might have played it in the offlane back in the Army Geniuses days.
That's possible, although Visage hasn't really come back up until, I want to say, like 2-3 months ago at the first, and that was when basically only Palantimos was playing him.
Yeah, at least in our tournament, yeah. In the general meta, the Sepulchre Leipnir is a really good build on this Visage. They nerfed the Sepulchre a bit, but it was still really good. It's just a hero that really requires a player who knows how to run it.
Yeah. You can't just be like, oh man, this hero is strong, let's pub it a couple of times and then I'll be ready to rock and rumble. No, you gotta have a little bit of a history, you gotta have built a feeling for how to leverage it the best, because a lot of your decisions are very... Well, it's much like a Razor or a Death Prophet. A lot of it is about where you are and not about if you click your spells in the right order. You don't really have too many of those.
Pan out the Medusa and the face is void, so suspicions of carries missing. Might just be that we get the Ken TA. I know Ken is very fond of his TA when he gets it into the mid lane.
Aficionado. And that would make them want something that moves a little faster for their safe lane over on Blind Owl. I don't know. My thoughts will immediately go to CK.
Yeah, they banned the Morphling, go for the CK. That's what I was also thinking.
I was tapped out. Did I get the CK out of my mouth before they picked it?
Yes, you got it out of your mouth before they picked it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you were
Promise
right
I'm
about
not faking it, guys.
You were you were right about it. And I was thinking about the CK too. When I saw the Morphling ban come out, I was thinking, yeah, CK probably fits in pretty well in the picture. Plus, he's durable enough versus the Visage in the lane. So I do think that is a good idea to look at. The thing is, Outcast...
Silence.
They decide to put either the Sven or the Weaver now, so... DB Sven?
I feel like DB Sven. I mean, it's looked so good every single time that he's played it. But they're leaving us in suspense. Just a little.
Yeah, everything else is on the board for Blind Owl Esports. What do you think about their lanes, though? Because they last picked a Treant Protector for Outcast. And it's going for Juju as the pause 4. So we're pairing up Sven Weaver. We have Visage Treant Protector. Pretty scary lane in terms of damage. I think it pairs up pretty nicely with the CMCK.
Yeah, I mean, CMCK is it can be a pretty terrifying lane, and I do think that the Visage needed some extra protection here. So I like Outcast using their flexibility to the fullest extent and saying, hey, this is a CK. Yeah, these illusions are tankier than normally. We've got a burst damage hero up versus our burst damage carry as well. We can trade backlines before we go for each other's faces. But otherwise, the matchup is pretty decent. So instead, they switch out the Treant Protector, make sure that their Visage gets to level 6 relatively protected versus the high physical damage of that CK. And you're still going to have a rough point at, I want to say, level 3 once the crits really start coming in for the CK. Where Crystal Maiden might be, 1-1-1, 2-1-0. Really depends on what she wants. Where your Visage is going to have to live for a bit, but after that, yeah, I think the Treant should get you to that 6 pretty smoothly.
I do like what they have, and I also did kind of pay attention to a bit of Outcast drafting very early game. Like I did check their daily schedule. They've got another Dota series coming up pretty soon. So I think the boys are trying to speed run this game out of the way, but they need to win this one. If they lose this game, they're gonna have to, face a bit of, bittersweet regret, maybe in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, the real deal is, of course, that you want the best of both worlds. You want to win this one, get to the finals. That's guaranteed prize money in the finals.
Yeah, and then you have a future you need to build on, which is another one that's starting. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could, with this hurry, easily make yourself end up much lower in the rankings for this tournament, and still lose your other match as well. So it's risky, and sometimes
Wait, bang.
a lot of people were bored with the DPC, but I think that should have been handled in a different schedule way, as opposed to just saying, okay, well, it's the Wild West again.
Yeah.
I think the very first post, that I properly, I think it was on the Reddit before, but like the very first post that I made that really gained traction was me complaining about 4 anchors getting screwed over on a reschedule because Alliance first wanting a reschedule, forcing 4 anchors into it, and then later saying like, nah, actually we're not playing this at all, and having screwed 4 anchors out of participating in a different tournament already. And of course ESL didn't care back then that they were screwing over such no names as Jarx and Matumba Man, but but we are going back to those days a little bit more, where Tio can just throw a tournament over the top and you have to deal.
I'll talk about star power. Some of these teams' potential to build on that. Rising names. Ken has been one of those, especially out of these 10 players that has... I think he has very high potential, has had that for quite some time. Of course, age is never kind for some players. Luckily, Ken is still in his youth, so I do feel like he's got some colorful years still ahead of him. He sticks on the grind.
And he is playing a classic counter matchup right now. Puck into PA. This can go from pretty bad for the Puck to atrocious. You don't get to have a game right now. And it's very much up to the PA how much he wants to push that advantage.
Yeah, you gotta really watch your positioning as a Puck. You can notice that Ken is trying to constantly line up those side blade spills on a hero that has 3 base armor. Not exactly a whole lot to work with here for Dota 2.
3 base armor on top of 600 HP, by the way, so that's also not a lot.
No. Not very helpful. Not at
And you
all.
can't break refraction as a Puck unless you take a ton of these spills in the meantime, so you're on the losing end of every single trade, and that's really what the mid lane is all about, who trades more efficiently.
That was unreal.
Talking about trades, you're not going to get to trade efficiently here on the bottom side of the map. With Treant's trees gone, Juju's just, looking for his lost comrades. Meanwhile, DB and Boomy already find a kill in the top lane. This is a scary lane duo too, even if they don't exactly have the slows or the mass stuns or even the roots. They got
damage.
They got damage. And I do like the fact that, bottom lane also has damage. You have Soul Assumption and Treant hitting for 100 damage. His Shard was just recently buffed. A support Treant can really pose a threat to even some squishy cores. Like some spellcasters, for example. Take a Zeus, or a Bounty Hunter, or a
Bounty
or
Hunter,
even a
there's
Quap or
only
something like that. Yeah, Bounty Hunters.
name I haven't heard
Seen
in a
them
long
from
time.
time to time. But Treant beats these heroes now pretty well with the extra scaling on his right clicks.
And they're keeping this CK down so far, really making sure to get the most out of this lane, slowing it down as much as possible to keep him from reaching level 3. Where the Chaos Strike regen is going to show us why the CK is such a damn strong laner. So yeah, they're going.
Yeah. Battling out
Milk
also
it.
for Lotus on the other lane, but Akari, one more hit required. Juju taking the fastest route to the CK, but doesn't see Akari. He misses out on his easiest Treant kill.
And it would have, at that point, been outside of the extra gold from the Destal, is the other problem. So yeah, you would have gotten the kill, but the Visage was going to be so disappointed.
There is a positive to this, though. Even if they don't kill the CK, they don't have a lot of mana to use, especially with Visage out of... just not enough to use a Soul Assumption, and Treant doesn't have any extra mana regen with him. Meaning that if they just don't... Yeah, they're using their resources smartly.
Look at that. Couple more claps, and he's right back to full health. That's something that here on the top lane for Sven, you can't just recover from the trades like that. You don't get all of that lifesteal when they push you under tower here.
Oh, Ken just...
You just gotta
oh,
trade.
They just killed both of their couriers, but Ken got all the stuff. Pota 2 will miss out on his Null Talisman. Big source of his extra mana regen in the lane is gone. While in the top lane, it's a bit of a dive to take down Varage. They will be successful in it, and DB, not enough damage to kill Rapido. Boomy makes sure of that.
Currently no levels in the Uproar. I think versus a Weaver Sven lane, that is a little on the risky side. Yeah, if you are the one that wants to go for the kills instead, you want the extra damage from the trample. But I have to say, not taking armor versus a lane who so much of whose harass is based on right-click damage.
I mean, the armor is good, sure. But at the same time, they
And
did
the
nerf.
extra
They did nerf
move speed.
Uproar in the previous
Extra
patch,
damage.
and that movement speed does hurt. Liking on
Yeah,
it
but
a
is
lot.
it relatively bad or is it bad? Like compared to what?
I mean,
not
honestly,
having it or just the
when you think
previous
about
time?
Weaver that doesn't go for boots, and Sven who already builds up extra Warcry movement speed, that Uproar doesn't seem to do much anymore against these two.
No, versus this lane in particular, it might be. the
Rossman might
correct
go
choice,
down
but-
in the bottom lane. Same thing
Close.
goes for Akari. Grims is coming in with a frostbite, and he's got it. Just close enough. And with that,
Such a
they're going to force the Treant back,
scary
and
lane.
they're going to go all in for it. They got another frostbite going off, and there we go. That's the CMCK we're used to seeing.
And this is exactly why they were so borderline desperate to put the pressure on before level 3. Because you know this lane is going to turn. It's always going to turn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ken pops an 80 rune up on the puck in the mid lane. Going pretty deep for it, too. There's Juju. Nice little slows on dots. Ken tanking this tower forever. This is not good for the TA. He's got no backup except for
It's got
Boomy.
no refraction.
Maybe this one they will be able to
That's
use now.
enough.
Turn around. That's a lot of damage on the tree and misses the side blade spill. And now Mirana's just there to give a couple body blocks so Ken can clean up the kill. Pota 2 is right there. Grims is nearby too.
Supports clenching for the life of their mid laner just a little bit there.
Bear is just dead too. Very nicely set up there by Rapido. Forces out the Shikuchi. Sees his strong hand moment.
That's some strong hands on that dinosaur.
Oh yeah. They were meant for hugging.
I told Harry this before, but I kind of wish that with the Grimstroke synergy, he would get one guy in each hand and then clap them into each other.
Oh yeah, like grab
Yeah,
grab
like-
them both by the throat or like by the head
Exactly.
or something like that, and just bash them together like a monkey hitting cymbals.
Exactly. Or, you know, like a preteen girl with her Barbies.
Combine it with the
Now
with the
kiss.
Ursa taunt with the monkey and the cymbals.
Yeah.
Do the same
like
thing.
that.
Add the sound effect, everything.
Yeah.
And, like,
And then you know what a bastard did? He was like, nah, that's too strong because they'd physically be brought together and have their hitboxes overlap.
yeah.
Like, okay.
Unless they
But
add
that's my job. I'm supposed to be the killjoy in that duo.
unless they add ragdoll effects into Dota. That'll be cool.
I mean, listen, I add an Earthshaker to this game. I just added the ragdolls. Underpicked right now, I swear. TA on steroids, literally.
DB. Ooh. Rapido runs out of trample. Just in the nick of time as well for the Sven to survive with I think he had like 150 HP before he had to pop his magic wand. But he does have that Morbid mask up, which will save his life. He can farm a bit. Oh, Rapido, he's not done yet.
Yeah.
Stalking. There's the big dinosaur. Brum, brum, brum. Yeah. There's your uproar.
Nice try.
Tower is under Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, no, he took the point at level 5. Because you do want to start diving, but the extra armor is very nice on getting under those towers. And yeah, here we have the natural outcome of a TA puck lane, right? The puck cannot defend its tower, the TA shoves on through. Then really the question is to, well, supports like Grims, for example, how much more hurt do you want to lay on this puck? Because now there's no easy TP point nearby. If he wants to take the wave anywhere near the river, he's going to oppose himself to risk, especially if you are the person with a root. 3 levels in the frostbite.
Well,
Dire's
this game has a similar vibe to Game 2 of our
previous one.
earlier series. Where we
It
did see
does.
a pretty much of a beatdown. But
Radiant's
now,
bottom tower is under attack.
bit of
Ken
defenselessness.
is so farmed.
Farish. Shokuchi off just in time. Grims. Yeah, there's the frostbite. Take them apart for a second. Take down the Weaver. But here comes the reinforcements. They're bringing in the numbers. Puck needs to get a coil out, but it's taking so long to teleport. Dota 2 will miss out on the opportunity to coil multiple heroes, and now it's a chase for the dinosaur. Dota going in, has the face shift for a second, tries to orb away, but all that damage. And Dino lives.
And an arrow.
And Juju dead too.
A little bonus skill. Oh, and the Visage came from the bot lane for this. See several of his compatriots die and not even push the tower with those fresh familiars.
Insert copy pasta. Visage left for Liz.
Yeah. No, but that is a disastrous first rotation, especially for a hero that doesn't really rotate for a good reason. You want to sit in that bot lane, make it your kingdom, you know, old Beastmaster style. He's adrift on the mid lane currently, as two very burly boys are going to start slapping down his top tower.
Already falling pretty roughly behind the net worth on the Dire side.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
TA...
Well, if this continues like this, Outcast is going to get their wish for a short game, but, you know,
just not the result that they hoped, yeah.
Curling.
Just
It's a shame.
not the result that they were hoping from that quick game. But they are right. You're gonna have to try and salvage this somehow, and quickly.
No, not quickly. If you try to do this quickly, a blind owl is going to mash you into a fine paste. You need to take your time.
Dire are scanning.
I don't know if that's the way to look at it, but it might be the way that they do. I
mean, ideally,
I
you'd
personally
have thought out
feel
all
like
these
you
scenarios
should just
beforehand.
now stack up, look for a couple kills, and then release the pressure, because you did just finish drums on the Visage. You need to find kills.
It is a power spike. And you would be pressuring before Rapido gets to his BKB here,
Needed that coin.
which is where your game becomes real hard.
There's so many important items that they're working on. You got the vessel on the Weaver, still a while away. Much needed to get that
Empty urn.
online ASAP before he misses out
Are scanning.
on a more. I mean, the vessel timing. When you get it up, when you get it the first time, it has immense value.
It does. And especially versus a CK here, a lot of his sustain in the fights reliant on the Chaos Strike lifesteal, taking a lot of that away. Could just mean the difference between killing him and losing a disastrous fight. So Vessel, yes, very important.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That is all your tier 1s done and dusted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just a solid 6k lead here, 13 minutes in.
Yeah, no biggie, right?
Yeah.
That TA, she's so far off the top of the charts that we don't even really see her anymore.
Yeah, those bars, those diagrams. It is definitely a very.
Ken is a rocket man.
He is a rocket man. And they tried to contest this TA, but their plan backfired. Now let's see what they can do. They got a coil ready with the smoke up with Puck, and Boomy is the one who walks in.
That's a kill you can get without much in the way of retaliation from your enemies.
Yep. There's your urn charges now on the Weaver. So once he finishes the vessel, you'll have 2
Dire's
uses
middle tower is under attack.
for some very high damage output.
Heroes like the CM very much become killable with just a Weaver once you get that item up as well. It's not just for the CK.
Oh no, I think it's more like trying to wear down that TA much faster.
Yeah, get rid of some of those refractions. A lot of uses for it in this game.
Because after all, it is 4% of current health per second. It will tick quite hard. And it does have its place for a very long time.
Radiant's
Primal
bottom
Beast,
tower is under attack.
CK, they are pretty high HP pool heroes. They have very high strength gain. 4.3 on the Primal Beast, to mention.
Yep. No, absolutely. Like at the start of those fights, you just hand out those charges like candy. It's the most value that you're gonna get for them. Especially canceling out a blink here and there. It's nice. As talking about blink daggers, Ken's got one. As how you know you're playing a fast TA game. Dragonlance into blink into a smoke up.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Radiant are scanning.
Splat.
Easy catch on Russman there. For a simple pick off there for the TA. And on to the next item. Now also drums ready on the CM. I have to say, these are very rich supports for a 15-minute game. Just look at their net worth.
Yeah, they are. I mean, both of them great at jungling though, right? You got the arrow for the Mirana. You've got the Frostbite maxed out for that CM.
Yeah.
As long as you're not constantly running, constantly warding, constantly dying, you are going to get some snacks in between. And this has been... They've had a lot of time since their cores have had such a fantastic game to grab a little farm here and there. There's the BKB for Rapido.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He's going to turn up the heat now. Pota with that shield rune. Fresh Witchblade.
Dire's bottom
This is a timing, but it's going to get denied to them by the arrival of Rapido.
And Juju
Running for the hills.
doesn't know that they literally just walked past the Dream Protector, and Pota 2 does not know about this until now. He's able to silence them up and coil them up, but he's got no exit. And if only Juju knew
tower is under attack.
that an entire squad of thieves in the night just walked past him to kill their mid.
He just sat there. A sad life.
Rapido popped
You're
his
gonna
BKB
fight
to try and
entire
disengage, but
team.
that's a good ulti there from Juju that catches Ken as well. And this is a ticket
might be the turn.
forward. They've got a lot of slows and the bird stuns and all, and Ken to drop to DB. Maybe even more. Grim's on the run. Boomy. One leap charge still remaining. Triot does get the slow up on the Crystal Maiden. Frostbite on the Weaver. Weaver's got no mana right now. He catches the arrow on DB, but still the burst damage is going to be enough to take down Varish. And Juju also frostbitten under the tower. Both supports just sacked by a simple cast of a W. Russman trying to TP away. If they get the vision, close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can you imagine the supports completely nullifying the advantage in that fight? Like, sure, you kill both of our cores right off the bat, but it doesn't matter because our supports will clean you up on the overchase.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. And now Akari, this is the reason why he didn't join, by the way. He was this close to finishing up the Orchid. That fight, awkward as it might have been, would have really not been all that awkward if they had the CK there to back him up as well. But he was finishing the Orchid, and it's not going to happen again.
A lot of traffic towards the triangle and the bottom half of the map.
Russman intercepted.
Akari just walked under him, basically. There comes Rapido for the full-up charge. Meanwhile, Coil in the bottom half. Ken, does he live long enough? They are doing some damage. DB is quite low. 6 seconds on God Strength, and DB will drop. Pota 2 tries to orb out, but we saw how it happened last time. That Dino just poked that Fey Dragon at the back.
Great stuns.
Pota 2 almost dropping there, but the birds are keeping him busy. So it ends up being just a 2-for-1 trade. They did get Ken.
2 cores for 1. But with how far ahead Ken was, that is not actually a win for Blind Owl this time around.
It might even end up costing them. Because Akari,
Even more. All by his lonesome.
very risky spot to farm in. I know you're ahead, but that was maybe unnecessarily a bit too deep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I was going to make a very crude joke there, but I don't see a reason to step that far away from your team unless you're there to fart. No, you know that this is a team in a hurry, a team on a timer, a team with low cooldowns.
Tower is under attack.
I've struck back devastatingly twice now already. And this very much means that, yeah, Ken is going to step away right now, hand over that baton of you play with the team right now to his CK, and finish off the Hurricane Pike. But it's going to cost you some towers, and you were holding the chokehold, the economic chokehold on this game very well because you still had all 3 of your tier 1s up. Now, your Roche access point greatly diminished to just that outpost.
Alright, well.
Crimson Guard up. Reverse physical damage lineup, yep.
You can still hit your Sven timing. That's something that will still go your way. On the side of Outcasts. But it is not the scary Sven because he's going to be challenged this game. We already saw in that previous fight if he did not have his ulti running, he doesn't have free reign. Akari is already pretty strong on the CK, and of course the TA, right, Ken. All that mobility. Already has a Crystalist too. They're gonna need some beefy supports. You mentioned the Crimson Guard. Well, that will help. That will help quite a lot.
Yeah, a game like this, of course, Visage, the percentage part of Crimson Guard has been nerfed, and you already didn't have that much HP, so that is the part that won't do that much for you. And the duration, of course, as well. Crimson Guard did need a touchdown. And it has been, I think it has been tweaked just fine. Still a great asset. Not an automatic fight winner. Juju buying time.
How much time is he buying?
Enough?
Not for a support trade-off here, but at the same time, Akari's Phantasm Illusions are causing some issues here for Poda too, and Russman and Poda are trying to run away. DB's waiting in the trees. He needs 3 seconds for an ulti. Ken spots him, but he has that Aegis, so he does have the protection of a second life. They brought the whole team here. Blind Owl was ready to fight them.
Absolutely, otherwise you are at risk of losing Akari, which is not really anything you can afford right now, especially not since he's carrying a gem around. Yeah, handing that back over to the Murata.
Yeah, smart call.
Yeah. 80 rune picked up for Ken. And since that wasn't full gauge previous, there is Blink BKB up on Rapido right now. They would love to get themselves into a scrap right now. Even into Aegis. I think they're perfectly fine with taking that fight. You have so much burst damage on the TA. All you need to do is burst one right from the start and the numbers are even again.
Edworth hasn't really moved anywhere. I think we saw the peak at around 10k for Blind Owl Esports, but it hasn't gone above that. And with these 1 or 2 pickoffs going back and forth, it has stayed still for now.
That favors Outcast, at least in terms of they have stopped the bleeding. And now, they're gonna get the opening kill.
Yep. Rings is the one to drop first. Crystal Maiden spotted. Russman, another 406. Did he get the same? Oh, he got 497 from the previous kill, and now 406.
Yeah, I mean that these days, if you are first at Visage, just don't slap him back. You're gonna make it worse. He's gonna get more money out of you.
Yeah.
A weird mechanic. It's interesting. Like, I feel like the Sepulchre is absolutely still the superior one in terms of overall utility in a game. And that the death toll is something that could empower an Aghanim's Visage.
Maybe. Ken, 80 rune active, big ulti from Juju. Varish gets the whole Crab Orchestra to connect on multiple heroes, and Ken is dropping like a fly, and so is Rapido, who has to get away. Sven throwing in another stun, connecting onto Boomy. Boomy gets away. They do pop the the Moonlight Shadow. It's not quite midnight here. Puck gonna get thrown by a quick stun by Akari. Akari, though, he is drawn to a halt. He ain't running anywhere. Weaver getting close to death, and just a little bit more, they take down Varish. Boom and Akari, or Boomy and Akari able to get out. DB's ulti is running out, so DB does have more than just one more entry point. Rapido goes for the pulverize, instantly broken by the bird. Nice triple silencer from Poda too, and again, This is really a
Alright, so
battle of
double
two
stun.
titans because there's not a whole lot damage going out or in from either side. Sven's Aegis will finally pop the silence onto Grimm's. Akari throwing in another his armlet, toggled his way out a couple times already. Dota 2 trying to find a connection on the CK. Another Manta dodge. No! The illusion caught the stun and he got stunned by it.
At some point the toggles run out, and the fact that Ken gets caught on the front line of that first engagement again, they've just been unable to leverage their top net worth hero several fights in a row now. He has just been a money bag.
Coil, this time on the Mirana, trying to get out. Silence not available for the puck.
Tower is under attack.
And it looked like he had to use himself to dispel the silence off of TA's shark. So instead of getting
He
to,
just goes again. Witchblade tick in, Boomy will live, but Dota 2 channeling his inner Bob there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But as we speak and as we witness what's happening here, economy is stabilizing for one side, and it's bleeding on the other.
Ruined, yeah.
Or ruined. I think ruined is a better way to put it.
Absolutely. Ken was a rocket man. He's been brought down to earth quite brutally now. And all of these auras up on the Visage, the fact that this Sven has now crossed that level 15 threshold a while back as well, has got the God Strength cooldown. They're stepping on the tempo, and I'm not sure how you're going to stop them. Your team fight control is limited to the Crystal Maiden, and if any good grab comes out from the Pulverize, but we've seen that if he pulverizes without a BKB, he just gets cancelled by the Visage Birds every single time.
Yeah, and it feels great to play Visage in this game as well, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to mitigate damage dealt on all your allies so that one guy takes damage, another one takes turns, but it allows everybody to still stay in there, gain the benefits of all those given auras. And there's no proper cleave mechanic to destroy those birds unless it is CM ulti or a pulverize that both just happen, or sideblade spill, that they all happen at the same time. It feels great to play a Visage in a game like this.
As Boots of Burying versus TA2, she can forget about her traps, do anything but silence in these fights.
It is enough of an interruption. Akari,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
okay, he's teeping back now. He was vibing in the trees there for a while. Was afraid to show.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, Ken has a BKB. Blind Owl, this is once again their window.
Time to get the game back in their hands, eh?
Radiant are scanning.
No Weaver.
They
No
better.
Weaver for this fight. He's gonna have to TP in.
Arrow on the Sven, but he's up on the high ground.
Weaver's still not coming back in. They're actually happy just fighting this all by themselves, and now finally returns. And
Who's in
Ken
front
is
line
found
again?
on the side, slowed up, rooted up.
Still got a BKB this time.
And they are going to fully focus down. Ken pops his BKB, and maybe they can get the Weaver. And DB maybe as well brought back in with a Reality Rift. And there's an overgrowth from Juju. Perfectly placed. CK's under the tower, defenseless. Does get the Force Staff save quickly there, but the Dream Protector is going to be pulled in reach. Now you're in a 3 versus 5, but low on resources. Blind Owls don't exactly have a lot of HP to work with, and a trapped explosion attempt to try and catch the puck. But he's already orbed out. So you do get 2 supports. You trade a couple ultis, but both teams dealt over 9,000 damage that fight.
Once again, only 2 victims. That is one of the problems of the Visage, right? You don't really get to lock anybody down and focus them down. That's something the Sven needs to do. When he loses that much HP right off the bat, and especially when the God Strength runs out in the middle of the fight, all you get to do as a Visage is spray everybody with as much damage as possible and hope they back off. Hope that you create an opening for your puck somewhere. And Blind Owl doesn't give that. Really, all you can do as both teams is back off.
Ken and Grims, they find the Weaver, but he is able to get the time lapse off. Frostbite or no, he goes back to the same position. He's gonna get frostbitten again. This time he's gonna die. They never
He
left.
doesn't even. Oh.
I know that is an important ward to get out if you try to gain some area for yourself, because the map is pretty green.
Yes.
But there's not a whole lot of red vision except for the top area, now the triangle. They control this mid-river to the bottom lane, to the tier 2 tower. Like, that is a big area of control for Blind Owl.
Yep. And it's especially this ward that the Weaver died for that enables Blind Owl to safely cut that mid wave and make sure that that is the second of the 2 waves that they've got into control. That's why he's prepared to try and, well, give his life for that ward. Unsuccessfully so.
Still, the balance of power continues to shift back and forth. Is Blind Owl again starting to build another type of economy lead from what they already previously lost?
The TA with that BKB now much more survivable, and of course level 20 refraction dispels now.
Look at DB speed. Running rapidly there, trying to get closer to the CM. CM already went invis. Of course, they are still under their vision. The Visage in the lane. Push out the creeps. Juju got a quick D ward. He's able to take the vision away from Blind Owl. Here comes Akari, though. My name is Jeff, as he catches the Visage, but actually, it looks like he's the one who's going to get surprised. Sven turning things around. DB, nice overgrowth once again, but the Manta is not enough. Potatsu's coil kills Akari, and can BKBs to teleport home. Costly for Blind Owl. And indeed, they are still breathing life into this game.
Far, far, far too eager on that go there. Visage, not a good target in any way, shape, or form, especially because you're giving Vision, you need to focus fire him, you know that, so you're giving Vision on several cores versus a team with such great counter initiation spells. The overgrowth there, the coil, suddenly all your melee cores are fully engaged and you can't get out of the reach of that Sven anymore. You did that to yourself.
Yeah, DB is also such a Sven specialist that he's enjoying how these engagements are happening. We do not get to see a lot of CK aggression. 4,000 HP with an Orchid at BKB and Manta. And all he does is he appears and he runs.
Oh.
Not the impact you want from your carry.
The birds got left behind there. Rosman forgot about them for a second.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the birds. I mean, this is starting to look like Hitchcock's horror movie for Blind Owl because they might be out soon.
The birds taken out by the birds. Roshan.
Quick scan into the pit. They saw they were there, but they don't know if they're in. They know that they're repositioning. Smoke on smoke here. Only a couple seconds still remaining on the Radiant smoke. They're wrapping all the way around. Roosman bringing in the vision with the birds, and they see a lot. They see the CK. They don't go for the instant stun, though. Now Sven gonna get pulverized. Only for a moment, though, because he's forced away quickly. Now Akari finds the Visage. Visage throwing down and taken away. 60 seconds gone. 5 versus 4. Here's a chance. There's a real fighting chance now. Juju gone too. Rapido with the Ags is dealing some nasty damage, and there's your Sven just being pummeled by Akari. 4 heroes gone. And Varish, he'll get the portal out and TP home, but at the cost of his team dying, and Roshan going for Blind Owl. So that's why I said breathing life into this game, because you never know who's going to be the one taking this in the end.
You never know. And what a contrast, right? Because this is again an engagement on the Visage, but this is after several seconds of repositioning where you've already smeared out your cores. It's really just the CK going in there. So yeah, the Sven is running after the CK, trying to cleave down all of those illusions, but he's really just not fast enough. In the meantime, the other cores of Blind Owl, or excuse me, of Outcast are free to do whatever they want. Whole different fight. Ages into the CK's pocket. him to feel free to upgrade that Bloodthorn since he doesn't need the buyback for now. Why not? Little Tormentor action. Who doesn't have a shard yet? Was the Primal Beast.
And the CK. CK shard also really, really good, but Primal will be happy to get that extra stone in action.
I love the rock throw.
It's such a weird animation too. It feels like it's just, you know, a floating object that just connects.
Compared to the rest of Dota, I think Dota is very visceral, yeah, and I do think that the rock throw is a little floaty compared to the rest.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But it's got its own flair. I kind of like the way that it is.
There is no finding anger into a cause.
You could make all these cartoony sound effects for the rock, but like, you know.
I think that Primal Beast is, in general, if anybody has like Wolf and Pow written over them, it's like between Primal Beast and okay, Axe wins, but Axe is not in this game, so
No.
Primal Beast definitely
What I would
a
like,
character.
it is a Valve game after all. What if Primal Beast would have different types of utilities to throw instead of a rock? Maybe he throws the you know, from the taunt where he has the lollipop and the milk bottle. Maybe he throws a milk bottle and it stuns people.
Yeah. Then the bounce of the rock is the splash of the milk.
Yeah, maybe a dinosaur carcass or something like that.
God, I love that taunt. Blind Owl, though, they might have the Aegis in their pocket and once again a 10k gold lead, but they've been there before, at least with those two separately. Outcast has been looking for opportunities.
There's a Bloodthorn silence, but can't catch the Weaver.
You don't know what's behind him. Akari can't just run in there. He hasn't seen the entire enemy team in over a minute now. And they learned their lesson about high grounds earlier on in this series.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
We were cutting
We found
waves.
the Weaver, so there's something you can get. There's definitely this guy. Found the rat.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, one of the rats anyway. Juju has been doing his thing on the top lane in the meantime.
Yeah, I think for some weird reason, it feels like it's even harder to catch a Treant Protector than a Weaver. I don't know, Weaver can be super frustrating to play against sometimes.
Oh, it's bad, but at least you usually see him on the waves sometimes, and a Treant Protector will just... He doesn't actually have to show in order to shove that wave. You know, he's physically there.
Yeah.
But
Radiant are scanning.
just
Or
gonna
the
watch your
trees.
creeps
The
die.
trees betray you. I have a sentry down and he turned here, but where is he?
Unless you have a way to flatten the entire place. I heard there's a guy who can do that for you. He has some lines about trees or something.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah, but I'm also looking at this Primal Beast. It's like, I'm not sure if he has any quotes about trees.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't think he's very good with words.
I don't think he is either. For it.
I'm not sure if words had been invented.
Oh no, Weaver, 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 Weaver. These are the markings of a game 3. Lumen on your head. They're gonna get a big amount of damage. Very big cleaves coming in. And of course, there's the axe that's pumping damage under the feet of the Sven. But Sven is living, but Akari continues to pummel, and he's got the damage for it. But they've lost Ken. Poda 2's been cleaning up the backline, but Akari is still reigning rampant, and they need to deal with the CK. Finally, looks like they've gotten just enough damage, and Juju, he's blinking forward, but he's not fast enough to catch Scrims. CM too much movement speed. Tyrion finally gets the Tranquil Boots back online. 3 more seconds for another blink. They should be able to find the CM hiding in the trees, and yeah, they just take the direct route to the CM. They saved their racks. It started off not in the best way possible. It was a 5 versus 4. Yet the 4 turned the tide around, pushed the enemies away from their base. And I was not watching the Puck that fight, but he dealt 6.3k damage,
Yes.
and he cleaned out the TA.
He's been building up to this point for a while, and I think what he recognized here is that you have 2 scaling right-click carries on the left-hand side of this game and only 1 on the right-hand side of this game. That is the steady damage output. If they want to match the scaling of the Blind Owl lineup, they need to have another right-clicker.
Yeah, you
steady
need that
damage
Axe
output.
Mjolnir Puck, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So that is exactly where Pota has been going with this. That's what's needed to clear out, for example, those CK illusions as well. You can't have the Sven waste time trying to chop through that entire bundle of wood and not feel like you're wasting your damage there when you are already the only right clicker versus 2, right? So Pota, great build, great contribution. That makes the Sven okay with not surviving that fight initially. He's back with a vengeance.
He certainly is, and this is not going to take them long to clean up a lane of racks. TA trying to deal a bit of damage, but that's literally just a bit. It's not enough to jump on them. And another 10,000 gold swing back and forth. This has been Blind Owl's game almost all along in terms of economy. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
But they've never converted.
But they've never converted, indeed. And this game is on a knife's edge the whole time. Every win that they get feels like a minor victory, but they get more of those. And for Outcasts, every win that they get is big, and they get a big reward for it.
And you're going to run out of timings on Blind Owl at some point to press for these minor victories. TA has now hit her level 25. That is another spike nullifier on the board as well. So once again, you're going to get your opportunity to recover for this. Press a new advantage that you've made your way towards again. But none of these have been decisive so far. I'm not sure if the 3 refraction instances versus a Puck are going to be that for you.
And again, they're mounting for another defense. They've got CK illusions rolling in. They're trying to keep those lanes cut and pushed. But at the same time, they're going to have to TP back home because bottom is already in front of their base. That's just a range racks remaining at half HP. CK illusions are trying to finish off a building, which are almost able to do so in top lane. But they don't care. They're still smoking out.
Yeah, there's a Treant Protector on the dire side, you know? Any damage we deal is permanent. Any damage you do might just be temporary. Try me. Here again, Sven at your gates. God strength.
Yep, and he can just get living armor too. Nullifier does quickly remove most of that. Actually, I think it looked like he cast it accidentally on a familiar. But at the same time, Akari with his BKB already running, he's coiled up, he's taking heavy damage here at the same time, just standing still, doesn't get anything out. Can down to the low ground, Rapido on the backline, dealing with Juju. They've lost both carries, so they're gonna have to do without him. Can pops his BKB just to get out of the stun lock there from the familiars. I was about to say gargoyles, but technically they used to be gargoyles.
Yeah.
Grim's coming in with a quick buyback, so again, a huge reward for a fight that ended up pretty much even. They get a buyback out of it.
Yeah, that's an opening to win the game now. And that level 25 on Ken, between all of the Puck lightning bouncing around, the fact that you have the Visage familiars eating into your refraction, there's constant damage over time coming out from the Treant, it really doesn't feel like Ken, as the secondary carry, packs nearly as much of a punch as Pota does. With the Seeker and the Sven taking each other out, Ken once again has to retreat. He's just been guarding that base. Well, you know, one thing that the TI is still very, very good for? Roshan is here with a refresher shard.
Yep.
Cheese. Roche banner.
Most importantly, still with core buybacks up and running, but Weaver is going to
Taking
call in
gates.
the reinforcements. They're coming right through. Opponent 2 just got the coil onto 2. It's on Grims, it's on Rapido, but they need the damage in quickly. Sven is
Focusing
not
Ken.
here yet, but Ken is already isolated, and here comes DB. He's ready for action. He's instantly rooted by a frostbite. They got Ken, though. He's gone for 100. Roche is going back north. They're taking the portal to follow. Suddenly, you know, I mean,
What a
Roche
disaster.
was started in bottom, so he will hold on to that Roche banner above an Aghanim's buff. So now they get themselves a pushing item. Who picked up the banner anyway?
Visage did in the end, but he had to manage his inventory a little because that man is currently overflowing with items.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the wrong team's items.
That would do it.
Yeah, because like, I'm going through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, where are they? But it's, oh yeah, it's 6-0. Yeah, my wrong binds. The wrong team. You're right. With mid gone, bottom pretty much
Reach?
cleaned. Oh, they got
it's
the Weaver, but
unnecessary.
Weaver, he could. Okay, he's just going to TP to the outpost. That's a quick way to get back in. And also Rapido's Uproar has already been used. The tier 3 tower is gone. Their Bloodthorn and Nullifier. They're throwing everything they can slowly onto DB, but it's just not cleaning him up. Rapido, big charge, big trample damage. Varage is back in here with his own BKB. Rapido is gone. And you're down to 3. You're going to get Ken back in 3 seconds.
Goodness.
Sven, though, God's Strength is not even halfway in yet. It's going to be a Mega Creeps push. It has to
Save
be.
that all the way.
They shouldn't be able to hold this. They shouldn't be able to hold against this. At least the Aegis is out. But the Range Rax is gone. Instant Hex onto the Sven. DB walking away.
He still has a refresher shard in his pocket. Everything right as rain.
Yeah, that was... I believe DB on that one. It was probably a misclick because, you know, the guys are... they're in a hurry.
They are under pressure, but they might have been in a hurry, but they have not been hurrying. Like that phase of the game where they need to lurk for opportunities instead of force anything during these awkward... Okay, now we need to... Somebody check his hotkeys.
I mean,
Okay.
the first thing that I'm thinking about here is what kind of a keyboard does he have? Because some of these keyboards, maybe these modern keyboards, you know, they have F1 to F4, F5 to F8 with small gaps. If he has one of those old school ones where they're all smashed together, then
Yeah, maybe not.
I would say
Have you
old
seen
school, but a
the-
lot of keyboards still have them all mashed together.
Yeah. I've been looking at keyboards recently, and have you seen the 75% keyboards?
I've seen 65%, yes.
Yeah, that's 65 is fine because then you're just shoving off the entirety of the utility keys, right?
Yeah.
But
So I have a,
The
I have
75
100%, which I can dismantle into 4 parts.
it's an abomination. Oh, look at this man with his gadgets.
So I can remove everything.
must have been
I can
tier
remove
one
the
in the
numpad if
DPC.
I want to. I can put it on the left side if I want to. I have a
Not
real
gonna
fancy
lie,
pants
little,
one.
I trust
little jealous.
Are scanning.
But, you know, I'm a 100%er, so I like to keep
Mm.
everything where they are.
80% for me. My F8 key would have never accidentally paused.
You know, I luckily have a gap. A finger between there. I actually did accidentally just press F9, but I'm a caster, not the host of the lobby, so...
Yeah, it's been about 12 years since that did anything for a caster.
12 years?
Oh, how long ago? I think there's definitely.
When I
think it's
started
definitely...
casting, I could definitely pause games.
Okay. I thought they fixed it fairly. No, wait, that's the phenol pause. It's that old. The caster pauses are a little less.
I think
less
they
old.
fixed those only a couple years back. Probably when they removed the mini-map drawing and all.
I missed that.
We all do.
Here, the
You
final
know,
siege.
sometimes we can't
perhaps.
have nice things when Mess around with them. Pota 2 insta-stunned there with the blink, and it might be in trouble. 1,000 HP and gone. That was very unlucky. What was that?
Seeker didn't do anything on the backline.
Felt like he got hit by a rock throw as he was going in, but Akari's also gone too. He does have a buyback. Same thing for the puck. Returning back to the fray. Pota 2 has his coil ready with the refresher orb used. They're literally fighting for their tournament lives. Blind Owl. You've got to try and hold and stem the tide somehow. DB. God Strength is available. Ken just goes straight in on Russman. Throws in a couple punches at the Visage. Doesn't really penetrate that armor. Visage has so much armor to give. 75% physical resistance.
You would love to go on Ken right now. No BKB for him.
There we go. The coil is set. Sven is there, just cleaning up the tier 4s. Not a lot of hits required to clean him out. Has a BKB, gets hit by the arrow. Is that an opening? Is that an opening? Is it enough? Yes, it enough? Yes, it is. DB's gone. And an instant call for a retreat. Russman almost caught by Rapido's Pulverize. Not far off the mark.
And here, once again, they might have been in a hurry, but they're not hurrying. This Sven, you can't just buy back and throw him at the Ancient right now. You need to come back the regular old way, the slow way. Come back and punish this CK for his buyback instead. That is the opening that they've got to win the game right now. Who knows? You're gonna lose a lot of terrain off of that. Sven needs to sit out his entire sentence. At least there's no way in hell you lose the Roche off of it.
Oh, this is dangerous waters now. Not a whole lot left for Blind Owl. Gotta find a way to make it work. You got a Rapier lined up on the TA.
Radiant are scanning.
And a Wind Waker for the CK. These could save them.
Dire are scanning.
Or at least the Wind Waker could save them from that puck ult.
Outpost taken. Forward vision placed. Lionel are doing everything to put themselves into the best possible position. They know the next assault is going to come. And if they rebuff that one, they can immediately convert. They can chase out.
Very big moments. Especially when you think about Outcast, how close they are to that grand final spot. Couldn't be any nearer.
Touched it with their fingertips a couple of times already. I think the biggest deal for them is that they should let the Sven get level 25 right now somehow. Give him just a little bit of time. Because we haven't even seen him at his maximum yet. Plus 50% God Strength damage, like the thing that your Wrath of God facet builds up into. We haven't even seen that in play just yet. So yes, he's splitting up from the rest of the team, farming some camps. Making sure that he hits that milestone before they go for the win here.
And what is our Roche timer going to be? It's a minute.
Minute.
They can opt to play for it.
And DB goes up to get some more camps there. Not to check it yet, though. And I do think that that means that they are aiming for Roshan. Level 25 achieved. Smoke out. Perish. Already on the run.
Spotted momentarily. The DA trap also showing the area, plus the Watcher.
Dire are scanning.
Now Blind Owl just have to guard their base vigilantly. Keep those waves out. Nobody sneak in. 4 bounty runes for DB. Why not? 0 gold differential.
Yep.
55 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's been bouncing on the edge since that previous push when there was an actual 2k lead on the Dire side. Now it's just a little over 1,000.
The only lead that Outcast have even had in this game. Roshan is making his way to top.
Well, he's back home. That's an Ags buff now. We only got an Ags on Puck. We got room for four more.
I think you give it to Weaver.
Weaver, Ags.
You think about
maybe even Sven.
Sven as well.
DB
Between those two.
DB,
He has been getting
could
kited a
replace
little.
himself pretty well. They give it to the Visage.
All right.
So silences the grape. All right. I mean, I like that. That's probably one of my favorite Ags.
It's great, but that indicates that the way that they want to take this base is sneakily.
Not necessarily sneakily. I think it is a big damage amp as well, concerning what is his role in these fights is keeping his teammates alive, but he's the one who can also hit those supports, or maybe even just break through TA. Those refractions as soon as possible. So I do like that possibility. Plus, if something were to go down, they've had the Wrath option.
Yes.
Not just from the Weaver, not just from the Treant, but also in the form of a flying bird. That bird army. All they need is a mistake from Blind Owl. It looks like they're coming to force that error. The whole team is standing behind Sven. Believe it or not. They're right there.
Waiting for the waves to crest the hill. Blind Owl's attention is divided. Weaver, Freeze tried to tank a 4-second arrow there.
And there we go. That's the call in. They're gonna go. Birds charging in front and getting dropped first. That's a very nice setup there from the Puck there. And Grims is about to die. Grims is dead. He'll come in with an instant buyback. And Ken is rooted. He can't hit anything. He hasn't hit a single time. Rooted. What can you do?
Story of the game.
You got all that right-click damage, but one simple root prevents you from hitting anything. And that is just the end of it. Blind Owl are out, and Outcasts will enter the grand finals in a 2-0 fashion in almost an hour-long game, which did not start in their favor.
Absolutely not. They had to fight for this every single step of the way. Blind Owl keeps on hitting these timings on Ken, keeps on pulling ahead in the net worth graph again and again and again. But ultimately, I do think that the story of Ken is also the story of this game in the other way. Because most of the fights that did go the way of Outcast were the fights where Ken was caught out first, where Ken dies first, where he gets to be focus fired. And him dying with the rapier there at the end really does feel like an illustration of what ultimately cost Blind Owl the game.
Yeah, also like this Puck damage that's really coming in from that Ags and from the Mjolnir. You can see the threat that it also holds in. Like the Puck coil damage was 11,400 at the end of the game. So you were right. Like the secondary damage source was much needed for the right-click department. And Sven's 33k damage amped up by a 52k Puck. Almost outdoing a TA at 54,000 damage. So definitely very much needed an extra damage source on Outcast. Things started to look a whole lot better. But it was a a path long traveled in the end. You know, it was not an easy one. It was a rocky road, but they got the job done. You know, a 2-0 victory. The scoreline ended even 32-32, which of course tells something about this game. It was not a 60-4 or something like that scoreline. But for Blind Owl, man, what happened to this team? I mean, they were 9-1 in the group stage. They did not look like the team we saw in the group stage. I'm worried about the boys.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, the real deal of it is that at the very least they don't have to solve this right here, right now. I think they've got a little bit of time before stepping into any next engagements. And perhaps you'd rather learn the lesson here in a tournament where you're not going to qualify for the LAN no matter how well you do, and apply the lessons elsewhere, shall we say.
Well, let's see what that is gonna mean for the team in the future. But for both of these two teams, of course, Outcast is gonna be playing tomorrow in the grand finals. But Blind Owl, we're gonna have to wait for another relog tournament installment to see if this team is gonna stick together, or if we're gonna see some of their members show up in other teams. But we're done for our first day of the playoffs, and tomorrow it is grand finals time. We got one final series to close things out. We got Outcast. We have our number 1 seeded team, Team Tough, going up against each other. So you do not want to miss out on that grand final series. It is the last from SEA, and of course, in I think a couple days' time, maybe at the end of this week, we're going to start our final SA tour, which you also want to write down in your calendars. But more information about that later. Do make sure you tune up tomorrow for the grand finals. This was T Panda, joined by Kips here in the casting commentary. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for following Relog and 1xBet. But hey, we're going to take it off from here. Kips, thanks for tuning in. But everybody, from you, see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.